Dear workshop participants, we are going to start. And first of all, we are delighted to see you all here. And we are especially pleased to welcome those who will come all the way to Tel Aviv University from distant places in very difficult times. And first of all, I have a pleasure to invite for the greetings the head of the Department of the General History of our university, Professor Iris Rochamimov.
Okay. Thank you, Vera. Dear conference participants and guests and students and everybody who's here, it's a joy to see you all. Well, I'm thrilled to have this task of greeting you and welcoming you to this important workshop. How did archives emerge and function in times of crisis? The first time I did research in an archive was quite a lot of years ago, something like 35 years ago. I was just completing my undergraduate studies at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, and I stumbled upon a research seminar entitled, "How Should We Write the History of the Hebrew University?" I don't remember why exactly I chose this course. It may have been just a good fit to my schedule, or I like the fact that no less than 3 faculty members from 3 different departments led it. I found it quite interesting, discovered that very little research was actually done on the history of the university I was attending at the time. In consultation with the teachers, I agreed to look at student life at the Hebrew universities in the 1930s and 1940s, and was instructed to start my research at the archive of the Hebrew University. So I went there, and I was smitten by archives. At first look, the archive itself appeared utterly disorganized. There was no index for finding things, no central registry, or any system I could discern, and files were piled high everywhere I could see. But the archivist was very friendly and told me, "Let me know what interests you, and I will get you the material." No problem. And so it was. I said what interests me, and she brought me boxes, she brought me files, she brought me containers, and included fascinating stuff. Okay, and I found threat letters written by students to their teachers and to the administrations. One of the letters was actually, newspaper cutout, from like in the movies. It was very interesting to find stories about rowdy students annoying their landlords, and on one occasion actually eating purposely and publicly on Yom Kippur in one of Jerusalem's religious neighborhood, Geula, and many indications of students dropping out for various reasons. From meandering through boxes and documents, I discovered that the great majority of those enrolled at the Hebrew University at the time never graduated, some never intending to. I eventually wrote a seminar paper on student attrition in the 1930s and 40s, which the teachers said was good enough to be published. And indeed, it was published a mere 14 years after I published it, and I completely forgot about it after I completed my PhD and published a lot of things. And I got a message that, it's about to be published. So it was the first article I wrote that eventually was published. Just, it takes time for articles in the humanities to be published. 14 years is a bit long, but, I'm not sure it's a world record. Anyway, a decade and a half later, I thought that the early piece was only so-so, to be kind. But that was really the first peer-reviewed article I wrote. And I had something original to say, and everything actually rested on a sense of archival exuberance I felt and I experienced. Now, my love of working in the archives never abated, and I had the good fortune of researching in many different countries. I still love going to archives, looking inside boxes and old files. As I tell my students, I love the smell of old paper. I like sniffing the documents. I don't know if other people do it, but I do it. I tell my students that I do it. They're not usually excited to hear that, but still I tell them. I love the feel of old paper and see how in bad times the quality of the paper deteriorates. You can see it, for example, in the First World War, that towards the end, 1970, 1980, the paper is very brittle, and you actually can feel it. I love attempting to decipher marginalia written on many of the documents. I feel all this ignites my historical imagination and enables me sort of an imaginary, even mystical connection with the past. It's imaginary, but I feel it connects me. It sort of triggers my imagination. Now, documents themselves are, of course, very important, not just the materiality of the documents. And the efforts made to digitize documents and make them accessible online should be lauded very much. But digitization and working in the archives should themselves not cancel each other. Archives should be accessible also to go there, to work there. They are part and parcel of a vibrant historical culture that is willing to examine the past critically and openly, and argue about the various ways to interpret the past. An archive is not just a repository of documents, but also a place of gathering for researchers, archivists, and interested lay people who talk, think together, and exchange ideas. I had many very important conversations with people that work in the archives, whether they were archivists, whether they were other historians, whether they were just interested people. We can talk about various things. This is part of the historical culture. An archive is part of historical culture. Accessible archives are crucial for historical research and have profound significance on the way states are governed and the ways knowledge of our past is formed. The richness of the program planned for the next few days is an indication of the centrality of archives in different contexts and different times. I'm sure the discussions will be fruitful and thought-provoking, and I wish everybody lively debates and passionate disagreements. So.
Thank you very much, Professor Rachamimov. And now I invite for greetings Israel State Archivist, Ms. Ruti Abramovich.
It's always the same thing. Can you see me? Can? Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you for the invitation to open this workshop today. And thank you, Tel Aviv University, for the very important archival and informatics studies program. I will raise some issues here briefly and in a focused way in order to tell you how the Israel State Archives deals with extreme situations and crises. I will tell you about the challenges of the current war, many of which we are still dealing with and looking for ways to develop new working methods. First, let me say, for those of you who haven't yet worked with the archives, that the ISA is the State Archives of Israel, deriving its powers from the Archives Law, enacted in 1955. All the state institutions defined in it must deposit their historical material there, and the State Archives is obligated by that law to open the documentation to the public, subject to the limitations set in it. So here I go. In a changing reality, what must an organization do, especially in archives, in order to survive the change? In a word, flexibility. This means willingness and readiness to adapt the organization's and employees' tasks to the new reality. What do we do when reality changes? Well, first of all, we need to study and understand the new reality. Then identify and map the old organizational tasks that are not relevant to the new reality, those that are still relevant, and the new ones that are needed now. Then prepare a work plan and specify all the new tasks, the number of people required for each task, and how much each task will cost. My history teacher always, she used to say, look for the money, follow the money. Well, it's always true, unfortunately. Learn, if you haven't done that yet, which of the employees does what, and match each one of them as much as possible with a task that meets their abilities and skills. Create a personal work plan for each employee and train them. Establish a routine of weekly executive meeting. Create measurement tools for measuring outputs. And then find the budget, obviously. Let me show you 2 examples of a reality change when the archives had, to some degree, to reinvent itself. Well, the first one is COVID and the lockdowns when we were forced to work from home. During that prolonged event, we retrained our employees, measured outputs, updated and fine-tuned along the way, set daily or weekly meetings, held roundtables meetings with employees, and shared ideas and learned from their practical experience. And then the October 2023 war. This is a new event for the archives. First of all, because the war is very well documented, both in documents and in photographs, films, and oral documentation. All of it is digital. Don't look or don't expect to smell the papers because there aren't any for a long time now. Second of all, because of the number of the creators of the documentation, state and private entities like the police and the army, but also directors and cinema photographers, universities, technologists, and others, some hundreds of people. Third, because saving, preserving, and opening the documents to the public, each of them requires readjustment of the archival discipline to audio and video documents, to a whole world of copyrights of people we don't know, to a law of privacy, again, of people we don't know and don't know their whereabouts. Because we had to make sure that state material is deposited and preserved in the state archives and not in other organizations. And because we need a budget. Preservation of digital audio-visual material and making it accessible require new guidelines. Developing a project, hiring specialized staff, adjusting work methods, purchasing software, and more. All that costs a lot of money, and so the archives has been chasing budgets almost from day one. In short, our world for the last 4.5 years has been a world of constant changes. If I have to put all the above in a few words, I would say, doubt everything you know, think flexible, learn, look for collaborations, and look for money. Here are the challenges that we are still working on regarding the war. Identification of all sources that contain valuable materials for permanent preservation. Organizing the information in the archives, identifying duplicates, solving copyright issues, displaying the information on the archives website, evaluation of the documentation in order to provide access, working with an outdated legal framework that doesn't take into consideration the vast amount of archival material that needs to be declassified, dealing with different types of management of video, of audiovisual materials in the institutions that created the documentation and adapting them to the digital system of the state archives. Meeting the challenge of limited personnel in the archives in the face of a huge amount of documentation. Developing methods for examining materials in different media, documents, audio, video, photos, oral evidence. Taking an early decision whether the material will be declassified proactively or only in response to specific requires from the public. Dealing with material, most of which deals with very sensitive matters of personal privacy and matters of ethics. And debating on who will catalog these materials when many of them show some of the worst atrocities made by men. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will say only some words about the purpose of this workshop as we planned it with my dear colleagues, Professor Ronny Stauber and Professor Yael Stengel, which we planned this workshop together. And first and foremost, we hope that these meetings of historians and archivists will make it possible to discuss a very important but rather paradoxical question. How do archives, which are allegedly supposed to be most conservative and most stable institutions, emerged precisely in moments of crisis, change, and social and political disaster? And how do they function in that troubled times? In planning the workshop, we employ two main theoretical perspectives. One of them is Pierre Nora's concept of sites of memory, which points to the role of archives as one of the sites where memory crystallizes. According to this concept, the process of establishing and maintaining archives had a major impact on the formation of collective memory, social and national identity. Another perspective, deeply interconnected with the previous one, was formulated by Francis Bluin and William Rosenberg in their book Processing the Past, in which they argued that archives became a privileged location for determining historical truth. As a result, they claim, the apparently technical process of selecting, appraising, classifying, and preserving documents enabled those who controlled the archives to influence the process of defining the boundaries of historical scholarship, encouraging its focus on particular subjects and problems. Based on these general perspectives, we began to think about possible structure and research focus of the workshop, but then the tragic event of October 7 and subsequent war came and put all our theoretical plans in the most immediate and most painful context. And in this way, the idea of this workshop finally took shape. By planning the program of the workshop, which was generously supported by the Israel Science Foundation, we kept in mind some methodological problems, aspects of which are related to, explored, and challenged by the papers, but we are going to hear and discuss today and over 2 next days. These problems include the role of governmental bodies, public activists, and private individuals in the creation of archives, in particular archival collections, practice of gathering and proceeding various types of documents, and their cultural, social, and political impact, secrecy and openness in the archives, the agency of archivists, the role of archives in shaping community, including communities of immigrants, and forming civic movements, and the archives' role in protecting the identity of victims and providing evidence to the process of transitional justice. The last topic is central to the keynote lecture by Professor Leora Bielski, which will open our work. I'm just going to present Professor Bielski. Professor Leora Bielski is the Bene Gitter Chair in Human Rights and Holocaust Research at the Tel Aviv University Faculty of Law and academic director of the Minerva Center for Human Rights. She is the author of 2 very important books, Transformative Justice, Israeli Identity on Trial, and The Holocaust, Corporations and the Laws, Unfinished Business. Professor Bielski has been the editor of various journals, including Theory and Criticism. Recently, she was a guest editor, together with Anat Rosenberg, of a special issue on law and material tone. Her current research explores the early post-war struggle for the recognition of the crime of cultural genocide as a basis for restitution struggles by victims' communities and compares it to the 1990s restitution campaign of looted Nazi art and other group struggles to decolonize European museums. The title of her forthcoming book is How to Say Genocide in Hebrew, The Struggle of a Cultural Genocide in the Eichmann Trial. The topic of her today keynote is the archives and the law, variations on a theme. Professor Bilski, the floor is yours.
מעולה. תפתחי את זה כאן, תלחצי על זה. יופי. אוקיי. איך אני מעבירה? כאן? יופי, טוב. זאת בעיה. עכשיו אפשר לסגור את האור כדי שיראו את זה טוב? רואים? שלום לכולם, תודה על ההזמנה ותודה על... sorry. Hello everyone, thank you for the invitation for this really very interesting conference, and thank you Vera for your kind words. I will begin immediately because I planned a long presentation. So, the etymology of the word crisis in Greek is connected to the word decision, distinction, and judgment. In Hebrew, the word mashber is also related to giving birth. And in medicine, crisis denotes the turning point of a disease, the decisive point that can lead to recovery or to death. Our conference is dedicated to the question of how archives emerge and function in times of crisis. And in my talk, I would like to add one parameter and reflect about the relationship between crisis, archives, and the law. What is the relation between crisis, violence, and the creation of an archive? Does the creation of an archive anticipate a future trial, or maybe the reverse is also true? Does a trial sometimes depend on repressing parts of the historical archive? The birth of the modern archive is connected, thank you, to the nation state and its monopoly on violence. Likewise, the field of transitional justice that developed since the 1990s has been largely state-driven and controlled through the pursuit of truth via investigations and documentations, typically official truth commissions and investigations and records of international criminal tribunals. Missing from these debates about truth, justice, and democratization was the role of the group. What's the role of civil society organizations in the creation and collection of counter-archives? And how does the creation of an archive shape legal forums that help expose hidden histories of victimization, reshape the law, and transform the group itself? In my talk, I would like to interrogate this relationship by returning to early attempts by individuals from a stateless group, the Jewish people,
to create archives in response to catastrophe, documenting the history of massacres, destruction, and mass violence. There are historians in this workshop who wrote important works on the topic, and I will rely on their work. My aim is to use this literature to contemplate the relations between archival activism and ideas about the rule of law and justice. I will look closely at 3 points in time, 1903, 1927, and 1961, which will provide me with 3 variations on the relationship between violence, archive, and the law. The Kishinev pogrom, 1903, signifies a turning point in Jewish responses to mass violence. A group of Jewish intellectuals forms a committee in Odessa that dispatches the young poet Chaim Nachman Bialik to the crime site in order to gather evidence and testimonies of witnesses and to write an accurate historical report on what had happened. Their initial goal was political. They planned to disseminate this account to Jewish communities in the West who would persuade their government to apply diplomatic pressure. The decision to gather an archive in response to catastrophe marks a turning point in the modern Jewish history. As historian Laura Yokus notes, it replaced traditional Jewish responses, literature of destruction, meant to commemorate the event in Jewish memory, with a new genre of Churban Forschung, literally destruction research, that took the facticity of wrongs most seriously. Its main endeavor was to establish and publicize their facts before teaching their lessons. In order to create an archive, they promoted new methods such as using the memory of individual witnesses to document an event and gathering data, photographs, and other material evidence. Why the turn to archive? Several writers attribute the inspiration to historian Simon Dubnov, who thought that raising Jewish historical consciousness through historical research and compiling an archive of primary sources constituted a national cause that would underwrite a new kind of secular Jewish identity. Documenting their history meant to return the Jews back to history as active subjects. Ironically, documenting the Kishinev pogrom depicted another round of victimization. However, Dubnov and his colleagues in the Odessa Committee saw the compilation of victims' testimonies and material evidence on the Kishinev pogrom as in itself an act of self-defense that included both taking up arms and gathering data at the crime site to form the basis for an accurate historical report on what had happened. Creating an archive was thus deemed as a first step in regaining control, voice, and agency by the victim group. Bialik arrived in Kishinev 4 weeks after the pogrom and stayed for almost 2 months, collecting testimonies from eyewitnesses, recording them while simultaneously translating them from Yiddish and Russian into Hebrew. He was assisted by a number of local Jews from Kishinev. The committee also provided him with a set of questions. After he finished gathering the requested information, Bialik took the archive with him to Kiev, intending to write a historical report that was to become part of an anthology that Dubnov envisioned. However, instead of producing a report, Bialik composed a powerful poem, In the City of Slaughter. The poem gave Kishinev an iconic status in Jewish memory. However, the archive of the pogrom that included many first-person testimonies that he and his assistant collected was shelved and was not published till after Bialik's death. Actually, the testimonies were published only in 1991. What can explain this decision? Scholars who research the archive point out to tensions and contradictions between the content of the testimonies and the ideological lesson that Bialik and the committee wanted to promote. Indeed, the initial reaction to Bialik's poem by those who assisted him in Kishinev was of shock. When we first read the poem, writes Israel Berman, his assistant, we were shocked, bitter scorn, contempt, and wrath that streams from the depth of the poet's soul like a boiling lake of lava. And all these the poet sent not on the heads of the persecutors and aggressors, but on the heads of the persecuted and beaten, those dead brothers whose blood and parts of their brain he scratched from the walls. Only upon further reflection, Berman came to realize that Bialik's treatment was like that of a surgeon who had to cut the patient's flesh in order to cure. Bialik diagnosed the disease as stemming from a passive mentality born by living as a minority in the exile, and his harsh words were meant to prompt the Jewish masses into action. How did the testimonies in the archive contradict the poem? First, the witnesses recounted anti-Semitic propaganda and incitement prior to the pogrom, which Bialik does not mention. Second, they attribute the blame also to the inaction of the police and the authorities, and Bialik fails to address the authorities' responsibility. The witness also recount various Jewish attempts at self-defense. Bialik does not mention these attempts and scorns the Jewish victims for their passivity and cowardice. A good example of the sharp difference between the poem and the archive concerns the issue of rape. Female victims avoided directly discussing acts of rape against them, and Bialik and his assistant added notes to their testimonies in which they infer rapes only indirectly. In contrast, the poem included graphic descriptions of collective rapes. Bialik decided to blame the victims, the Jewish men who hid themselves in walls and attics, while their wives and daughters suffered from multiple rapes. Bialik and the Odessa Circle saw the Kishinev pogrom as a crisis point, but also as an opportunity to bring about a real change. Beginning to collect the evidence and document the atrocities was part of a Zionist self-help solution. However, when the victims' testimonies and forensic evidence proved to undermine the ideological message, the decision was made to not publish them. How can a minority group use the courts of the perpetrators in their request for justice? How can the victims use their own archive to promote social change? There were several domestic criminal trials against the pogrom perpetrators. However, these trials were very problematic. Many were conducted behind closed doors, and their transcripts were censored and only partially published. The most important trial was taken against government officials and the head of the police. Interestingly, we can find an attempt of Jewish lawyers to influence the trial by joining the trial as civil prosecutors, representing Jewish victims whose testimonies were collected for the archive. Although criminal trials are controlled by state prosecutor, the victims who claim compensation can be represented by private attorneys. Famous Jewish lawyers took the initiative and participated in this high-profile trial. They used the court's platform to create a class action of sorts and to deliver a collective j'accuse against the police commander and the local authorities. The Jewish attorneys' trial speeches reveal how they try to translate Zionist ideas into legal action. For example, attorney Winawer attributed the blame for the pogrom to the inaction and collaboration of the authorities with the incited mob. He described sarcastically the passivity of the governor, the decorated General von Raben, whose main action during the 2 days of the pogrom was to sit by the phone in his office and wait. Winawer explained that modern law reserves the monopoly of violence to the government. Hence, the meager attempts of self-defense to which the Jews turned in the second day after the terrible sleepless night brought about cruel reactions by the police. The attorney claimed that although the governor was known for his military courage, he lacked what he called civil courage, to raise the flag of equality for all citizens before the law. In other words, According to Winawer, the blame lied with the authorities who failed to provide minimal protection to the defenseless Jewish minority. Thus, he presented the demand for compensation for the victims not only as material reparation for their injuries, but as a way to recognize Jews as equal citizens in the polity, thus addressing the root causes of the pogrom. We can compare the lawyer's approach to that advocated by Echad Ha'am in a contrast that he published anonymously after the pogrom. And what you see here is a book that they published 60 years later where the speeches appear. So Echad Ha'am wrote, in contrast to the lawyer's approach, "It is true that individual evil beings who incite the masses and lead it are always the proximate cause. But they are not the source of the evil, which stems from our general condition. If we had not been devoid of human rights, if the mob did not watch our discrimination on a daily basis, the attempts of individual inciters were not enough to bring the masses to engage in acts of robbery and murder in broad daylight." Echad Ha'am believed in the futility of turning to the court, and therefore he ended his manifesto with a call for self-defense. "It is a shame for 5 million people to expect others to help them, to wait for the slaughter and cry for help, without trying to defend their property, honor, and lives by themselves." One such attempt was taken by Pinchas Dostoevsky, who decided to avenge the pogrom by attempting to assassinate the inciter, writer and journalist Khrushchevan, whom he deemed responsible for the anti-Semitic propaganda that led to the pogrom. However, he only managed to slightly injure him, and in the trial he admitted to the facts but denied his responsibility, saying, "My view as a Jew is that I had to act in this way, since I acted as a Jew whose national honor was hurt. I did not act out of personal revenge, as I have never been to Kishinev and none of my family members had been injured in the pogrom." The court was unconvinced, and he was convicted, put to jail, while his court statement was censored. In conclusion of the first variation, in Kishinev, an archive was born out of the desire to transform the victims from passive to active. The attempt to collect an archive was a way to return the agency to the victims, and the act of giving testimony was a return of voice. However, the tension between the archive and the ideological lesson led to an act of self-censor by the poet who was sent to collect the testimonies. While several Jewish attorneys tried to rely on the archive to represent the victims in the perpetrator's court, the trials were political and their narrative was censored. In contrast, the poem, published on the basis of the victims' testimonies, but biased them, transformed them, shaped the memory of Kishinev and mobilized the masses. Let me turn to the second variation. A new wave of anti-Jewish pogroms devastated the 1.6 million Jews of Ukraine in the years 1917-1921, which claimed the lives of between 50,000 to 100,000 Jews. Troops loyal to the independent nationalist Ukrainian governor, headed by Simon Patliora, perpetrated some 40% of the pogroms. In May 1919, a group of East European Jewish writers, scholars, and intellectuals met in Kiev to form an editorial committee and initiated another project to produce a multi-volume history of the pogrom movement in Ukraine. Their purpose was to produce fundamental objective work in which material will be systematically and historically explained without political bias and even without an explicit tendency to arouse feeling and pity. A network of volunteer collectors reaching across Europe and beyond sought out survivors, combed local newspapers, and conducted extensive searches in governmental, communal, and organizational archives. Since Jewish organizations lacked access to Soviet state offices and archives, they had to rely on victims' accounts, together with documents from non-Jewish provenance, including calls issued by pogrom instigators. In order to protect the archival collection from confiscation by the Soviet authorities, they transferred it to Berlin in 1921, where historian Eliyahu Cherikover transformed the original editorial committee into the Eastern Jewish Historical Archive and embarked on a grandiose project of publishing 7-volume opus on the pogrom in Ukraine between 1917 and 1921. However, due to financial problems, only the first 2 volumes appeared and the project did not capture public opinion. On 25 May 1926, in Paris, a Jewish watchmaker, Sholem Schwarzbard, shot and killed the Ukrainian leader, Simon Petliora, in broad daylight. He was a naturalized Ukrainian Jew who wanted to turn back the clock and avenge Petliora for his role in the mass pogroms in Ukraine that took the lives of thousands of Jews, including some of his family members. Although at first glance the guilt of Schwarzbard appeared beyond doubt, at the end of a trial, the French jury pronounced the defendant not guilty. Behind his defense, we can find a transnational organization of the Committee of Jewish Delegation, who undertook to pay for the services of the famous French lawyer Henri Thorez. They envisioned a new type of trial where victims' testimonies will be in the center. They summoned and paid for the travel of around 80 witnesses, victim eyewitnesses, and several expert Jewish historians. For this purpose, the Defense Committee worked closely with the East European Historical Archive, checking and verifying the testimonies of potential witnesses. The 1927 Schwarzbard trial, half a decade after the events, provided them with a second chance, a way to renew their struggle on the minority protection system and to revive their own standing in the Jewish world. Yes. Schwarzbard's fate mobilized Jewish opinion around the world, since no one believed that he deserved the penalty of death. The Committee for His Protection saw the trial as an opportunity to publish some of the archive as a 300 pages documentary volume, The Pogrom in the Ukraine, under the Ukrainian government, 1917-1927. Behind this effort was historian Eliyahu Cherikover, who raised funds and published the volume just before the opening of the trial. The Jewish Committee did not want to present Schwarzbard's act as a crime of passion or even as a post-traumatic reaction, which means that it is just legal excuse, as, for example, was suggested by American Jewish activist Louis Marshall. They convinced the defense attorney to raise a political defense by turning the blame around, accusing the victim, Simon Petliora, and establishing his responsibility for the pogroms. Their idea was to turn the trial into a historic trial, in which Jewish victims will give first-hand accounts of their suffering, while expert Jewish historians will survey the pogroms in the Ukraine and explain the historical context to a French jury. They hoped that, unlike domestic courts in the Ukraine, the French jury trial, born out of the revolutionary ideas of freedom and equality, will vindicate Schwarzbard's deed. And indeed, Henri Thorez was known for his prior success in raising a political defense that led to acquittals in this tribunal. Initially, the lawyer cooperated with the Jewish Committee and summoned to testify Jewish historian Cherikover, who based his expertise on the huge archive that he had collected on the pogroms. The committee attempt to put the pogrom victims at the center of the trial proved to be more difficult. Historian Alexandra Garbarini, who reviewed the document volume that they published, explained the problem. What emerges is a central paradox. On the one hand, incorporating victim testimony proved essential in order to inform, convince, and awaken sympathy among readers. On the other hand, the editors assumed that they would be unable to overcome their readers' doubt and mistrust. Torres initially summoned around 80 Jewish witnesses. However, after the emotional testimony of just 2 victim witnesses, a bereaved father, Yaakov Safra, and a medical student, Chaya Greenberg, he decided not to call any more witnesses, since he explained to the committee that his first duty was to the defendant, who was facing a risk of the death penalty. And there was no possibility of appeal in this court. The committee's vision of a historical trial based on 80 victims' testimony had to give way to legal considerations. Moreover, in his closing speech, Torres emphasized French ideals that motivated Schwarzbard, who was a decorated World War I veteran of the French army, contrasting his heroism to the passivity of the Jewish masses in the Ukraine. In conclusion of the second variation, the Jewish activists see the archive as a basis for political and legal transformation. However, to achieve justice, they turn transnational. They attempt to use the archive to bring about an effective minority protection regime in the Paris Peace Conference fails. However, an individual act of revenge leads them to consider a third-party legal forum, the Paris trial of Schwarzbard, as the basis for a new type of atrocity trial, in the center of which are victims' testimonies combined with expert Jewish historians. Going transnational helped overcome the impunity given to perpetrators in their national courts. However, precisely because of the transnational character of the trial, it could only deliver justice for the individual defendant, but failed to change the law. Schwarzbard trial reverberated in the writings of 2 prominent Jewish thinkers, Raphael Lemkin and Hannah Arendt, who sought to find a way to translate the particular Jewish experience of crisis during the Shoah into a universal legal idiom, genocide and crimes against humanity, respectively. I won't get into their writing, but the 2 of them relied on the Schwarzbard trial to think about the possibility of a victim's trial. Okay. Third variation, I will cut most of it because I don't have enough time, but I want to just give you a sense. It is customary to see the Adolf Eichmann trial of 1961 as a turning point in Jewish history, where the sovereign state of Israel undertook to bring to justice the one considered to be responsible for the final solution of the Jewish question, offering for the first time a legal forum in which the Jewish victims could testify on the crime of genocide carried against them. In his opening speech, Attorney General Gideon Hausner presented the trial as a collective j'accuse in the name of 6 million dead victims. And in his book on the trial, he took credit for revolutionizing the part played by victims in the Eichmann trial. He mentioned only in passing the role of Rachel Auerbach, a writer, archivist, and survivor from the Warsaw Ghetto, who, as the director of the testimony collection department of Yad Vashem, provided the prosecution with a list of potential victim witnesses. However, Auerbach developed her ideas on victims' testimonies as part of a group of Jewish activists in the Warsaw Ghetto under the leadership of historian Immanuel Ringelblum, and created a clandestine archive known as the Oyneg Shabbos Archive, which we have here, the writer of a very important book on this. They relied on the same East European tradition to create this archive. After the war, Auerbach, who was one of the 3 surviving members of the archive group, joined other survivor historians in this, to continue the archive's work. And following her immigration to Israel, she joined Yad Vashem and became the director of the Victims' Testimony Unity. Initially, Bureau 06 of the Israeli police saw the victim's role through the logic of forensic evidence and therefore proposed only 20 potential eyewitnesses. It was Auerbach who relied on the archive to suggest that the entire trial be based on victims' testimonies, as she called it, a living archive. She first presented her ideas for the trial in a lecture that she gave on 24 June 1960 in Haifa, about a month after Eichmann's capture. We can distill 5 aspects of her new conception of victims' testimony that she promoted for the trial. And they include victims' testimony as a Jewish source, testimony as a praxis, testimony as part of a grassroots movement, testimony as a therapy and catharsis, and the trial itself as cooperation between state and victim. I won't go into it, even though each one of them deserve discussion. But I'll jump to the conflict between her and Hausner. Wait a minute. Yes. Hausner saw the central innovation of the Eichmann trial in its ability to give voice to silent victims. He believed that only a sovereign state can restore the agency to the victims by opening the trial to their testimonies. Auerbach shared the understanding of the trial as a symbol of Israel's sovereignty. However, she deeply disagreed with his view of victims as passive recipients of justice from the state. She saw the victims' effort to collect testimonies and create an archive of destruction already in a ghetto as giving birth to a new conception of justice for the Eichmann trial. In her testimony in the trial, she claimed, "I wanted to say that in my opinion, Dr. Ringelblum was the first to start with the writing of the Great Indictment, and there is a direct path from that place in the ghetto to this courtroom." For Auerbach, the archive that the victims created in the ghetto gave birth to the trial, and hence the trial should recognize them as equal partners to the prosecution. Auerbach planned to give a meta-testimony in the Eichmann trial on precisely this aspect of the archive, to explain the political and moral significance of the act of giving testimony. She wanted her testimony to explicate the radical transformation of the very idea of testimony that took place during the clandestine work of the Ringelblum archival project. It was there, in the ghetto, that testifying became part of a broader endeavor of spiritual resistance. However, since the prosecution sought to emphasize physical annihilation and physical resistance, like the Warsaw's Ghetto's rebellion, Auerbach's testimony about cultural genocide and the creation of an archive as part and parcel of a grassroots resistance movement failed to capture the public's attention and gradually disappeared from collective memory. Only in the late 1990s, when the field of transitional justice began to take shape, scholars returned to the Eichmann trial as a precursor for the revolution in victims' testimony, but the role of the woman that initiated this change remained unseen. So, in conclusion, why is it important to return today to the 3 variations that I briefly presented? What can we learn from them on the relations between violence, archive, and the law? All 3 variations began bottom up, with a group of activists who tried to create an archive for a stateless group. This led them to innovative methodologies, mainly relying on oral history and the collection of victims' testimonies. They attempted to rely on their counter-archive in various legal forums, in the court of the perpetrator, in third-party court, and in the court of the victim's nation-state. We saw that the creation of a nation-state did not signal a break, but a continuation. However, it did not guarantee the realization of the archive's vision. Although the Eichmann trial promoted victims' testimonies, they did not have a control over the narrative about the meaning of the crime of genocide, both physical and cultural, and about the meaning of the archive itself as an act of spiritual resistance. Today, in the field of transitional justice, we witness a return to archival activism, a proliferation of civilian initiatives to document that rely on technology and the digitization of archives. However, since 2000, the turn to the archive changed course, no longer simply aimed at reckoning with past wrongs. Rather, they are justified and shaped in terms of forward-looking purposes. As explained by Ruti Teitel, they represent a counter-response to the global phenomenon of democratic backsliding. Paradoxically, technology and digitization of the archives that were meant to democratize the access to the archive led to fragmentation and revisionist history. Facing such dangers, civil society and human rights organizations returned to the archive not just to document past violations, but in order to think critically about the role of the archive in establishing and protecting democracy and equality before the law. Their archival activism is meant to capture the political role of the archive that tended to disappear under a truth discourse of transitional justice. I believe that the three variations recounted here today can help us return to an earlier understanding that put civil society, law and politics in the center of the story, thus reflecting on the multidirectional relations between the archive, law, and politics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Belsky, for this extremely insightful, meaningful, and very interesting lecture. And now we have 15 minutes for the short discussion, and we will be able to continue it after the first panel when we have more time. But now, 15 minutes for your questions and answers, please. And comments, of course. Here you are. Professor Dreyfus.
Thank you very much. It was very, very interesting. One question regarding to what you said toward the end.
Yes.
Just a minute. Maybe the microphone.
Where is it? Here? Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's for Javi.
It's not working. Oh, now it is. Okay.
Thank you very much for this very interesting lecture and for this very intriguing introduction. I want to ask something regarding toward what you said at the end, the connection of Wissenschaft, the Studentum. And we all know that the archive, just like museums and libraries, are something that existed for quite a long time, first for the kids, for the kings and for nobility and for on, and only later on national and for people. So I wonder how much it's connected to the question, when do we have, in general, Jewish archives, Jewish libraries, Jewish museums? And maybe this can give us a different perspective. That is one question. The second question is, when does a collection of documents become an archive? Because looking at Ringelblum, for example, during the war itself, Hirschwasser started to refer to it as others, and Sam here knows, of course, this topic better than I do, but starts to refer to it as an archive. I wonder about other examples when those collections become archives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Javi. I will say very little on the first question because I deliberately decided not to discuss it here, but part of my scholarship deals with cultural restitution. And if we look at the Jewish efforts, the beginning of it to regain agency was by creating tentative lists of all the archives and the collections in various Jewish communities before the Holocaust, in order to gain status before the Allies to demand a very different restitution than what the Allies had in mind. But what was interesting in this effort, which is, I think, always the tension when we turn to archives, what they documented was a lot of Jewish communities' archives, very different. But what they claimed on the basis of the new collection, you know, the list that they created, the tentative list, is that there is a Jewish a Jewish group, yes. So it was really interesting because what they showed and what they claimed was very different. So, but I decided not to go into civil litigation and restitution, where all these became very important in reconstruction of Jewish culture after the Holocaust. So I put it aside. The second question, remind me, was collections and archive. Yeah, that's well. I'm not, you know, an archivist or historian. I came here as a legal historian. But what is interesting for me from transitional justice perspective is that in the last, I think, 10 to 20 years, we see there was, in the beginning of the field, in the 1990s, there was an insistence on archives, you know, documentary archives, as giving us the truth, the foundation for what was denied, hidden, and so forth. But given what we see, especially in East Europe, of revisionist history based on part of the archives, now you see all these civilian efforts as also changing the idea of the archive not as truth or facts, but as narrative. And this is based on, and the archivist as, you know, curator of sorts. So it's, what I wanted to insist that this is not new today, that this has begun already because of, you know, problems of non-access to states' archives, but still the oral history and the testimonies created a collection that they claimed, like Auerbach, that this is Jewish sources and this is our archive. So I think the difference between archive, collections, state, civil is now on the table and really require us to rethink the archive and these divisions that we get used to. I hope that it answers something of what you...
Thank you. Time for one more question. Professor Kostner.
Thanks for a wonderful talk. I just have some... I'm baffled in a way by what happened to Rachel Auerbach at the Eichmann trial. She thought she would have at least an hour to testify, and she wanted to foreground the whole notion of civil resistance and self-help and Ringelblum, and the judge cut her off after 30 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. She didn't realize that she was going to be following Yitzhak Zuckerman, and I think
changed the order.
They changed the order. And when Roberta Grossman and Nancy Spielberg were making the movie about the Onyx Shabbos archive, well, naturally, the first thing they wanted to do in the movie was to find the clip where Auerbach testified at the Eichmann trial.
It's non-existent.
They thought that she was so unimportant and so marginal and perhaps so irrelevant that they never bothered. Either they lost the video or they never bothered to make it. So they couldn't use any video clip or for testimony at the trial.
Thank you for your comment. It's important. I've written an article and now it's part of a book, but I want to continue your thought and to say that I really looked for the record of her testimony. If you look at the YouTube, you see a cut between Zuckerman and then going to the testimony after her, but she disappeared from the visual memory. But I did manage to get the recording of her voice, and what happens when you listen to the recording, you see a constant interruption. Every sentence she says, the judge or the prosecutor is trying to correct her. And especially she's trying to interpret German words. They say, oh, you don't understand anything. This is the meaning. She said, no, but I was there. I know what the... So it's really a textbook lesson of sorry? There is the transcript, but it doesn't contain all these little... Okay. So it was very interesting to see it, and when she came down, she said that she was shocked with what happened to her. She really thought of herself as an expert of sort, as an expert about archives and testimonies, and she wanted to deliver what is changed in the understanding of the testimony, but it was relegated to, okay, this is the archive of Yad Vashem, it's for history, and the idea that you need to constantly change the law in order to make place for this kind of archive disappeared from the understanding. And even historians who go back to her now, usually they say, oh, she didn't understand the difference between history seminar and testimony in a court. And what I claim is that she understood it very well. She just understood that we needed a different kind of trial. And you see part of it in the international, in the ICC and international criminal tribunals that completely change the understanding of the role of victims and their testimonies in atrocity trials. But thank you.
And one last question, please.
Just a kind of remark. I thought that the idea of an active archive, which is so different from the archive that we are working in Israel as a group, is so interesting because these archives were used for a specific purpose, political, ideological, and the people there didn't want to wait for years to come until people or researcher will have the time and to use the documents. And I remember the first researchers in Yad Vashem, people who used to work in Oleg Shabbat, that said, well, we don't have time to wait for the future. We need now to show the documents to people to understand really what happened.
Mm-hmm.
This is, I mean, the difference between this active archive and the archives that we are working in today, National Archive, other archives, that they have, okay, you need to wait for years to come until we'll be able to open the documents for you. It's a huge difference.
I agree with you, but I think it's even larger. It's not just a testimony in real time, what they thought, and testimonies for the future. What I try to say that this was an understanding of giving testimony as a grassroots movement that is part of a larger initiatives of self-help, through which the group itself reimagine itself, its boundaries, its identity. So it was very political. What happened since the, I think, 1980s is more and more we treat Holocaust victims' testimonies as important in and of themselves for their voice. And we lose touch with this political, collective, grassroots aspect of the testimony. So there was a division that opened between testimonies, victims' testimonies for human rights groups and the Holocaust that seemed to be about the idea of voice or trauma and so forth. And my talk here today wanted to bring back the more radical and the more political aspect of it. I don't think it is easy because the politics is both on part of states, authoritarian states that deliberately use the archives, for example, in Serbia, the archives that were created in the International Court Tribunal to promote a nationalist history that was completely the opposite of what they wanted to create in this archive. So there is politics in both sides. But that brought about the idea, it's called Justice Archive or Counter Archive, that is politically putting the political aim of democratization as part of a kind of resistance by archivists. But it's a growing field and very interesting.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your answers. Everything is so inspiring. I think it's a wonderful
Thank you.
opening for our workshop.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have 15 minutes, even a bit more, about 17 minutes break. And please be back to the room exactly at 2:40, because we are going to start at 2:40 our first session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the first session on archive in Civil War and of Civil War. Very interesting name. My name is Eyal Naveh, not the one of Brother of Arms. I'm a professor emeritus in this department, in this faculty, and thank you, Vera, for inviting me to manage a little bit this first session. This session is also with an international guest from Germany, and she will join us by Zoom. The first speaker is Professor Yael Sternhell. Yael is an associate professor of history and American studies at Tel Aviv University. She specialized in history of the long Civil War era and the history of archival knowledge. Her recent book, War on Record, The Archive and the Afterlife of the Civil War at Yale University Press, 2023, is a study of federal government Civil War archive and its impact on both the politics and scholarship of the postbellum era. Her work has won awards from the Southern Historical Association and the Organization of American Historians, and both of her books were finalists for the Lincoln Prize. Without further delay, Yael, your stage. Please confine yourself to 20, 25 minutes.
All right, I will try. All right, thank you all for coming, and thank you, Vera, for organizing this event. We are here to talk about archives in times of crisis, and while this is an academic discussion, I want to start by saying that the actual material crisis engulfing us is never far from our minds here at Tel Aviv University. I speak for myself, but hopefully for many others in this room, when I say that I mourn the lives of innocent civilians lost on both sides of this dreadful conflict, and am personally simply desperate to see it end, to see the hostages coming home, and to see the suffering of so many alleviated. My talk will be in conversation in some ways with Lior's extraordinary keynote, and it is indeed drawn from my recently published book, which sits at the nexus of two equally fertile, albeit very different historical subfields: the global history of archives and the memory of the American Civil War. Each of these fields has had an enormous impact on how we understand the past and how the past bears on the present. For over 20 years now, historians have been studying intensely the various ways in which Americans understand and make sense of the Civil War, which tore the United States in two between 1861 and 1865 over the question of slavery. In recent years, the conversation has, of course, attained a new urgency as the struggle over the public commemoration of the war has taken center stage in the nation's political life. Meanwhile, historians worldwide have taken on the institution of the archive and turned it from a mere resource for doing research into a subject in its own right. The archival turn, and it is really wonderful to be speaking in a room full of experts coming from the archival turn, because that literally never happens to me. So the archival turn, just for those of you who are not intimately intertwined in this conversation, takes at its point of departure the notion that archives, the seemingly static and sedate storehouses for the raw material of history, are in fact highly dynamic and malleable institutions, which, like all institutions, are shaped by a host of forces and influences. The workings of any given archive reflect the culture from which it grew, from prevailing political currents, historical perceptions, as well as the particular conditions that brought it into existence and shape its day-to-day operations. This applies to the Civil War archive in every respect. What is the archive in this context? The written records created during the Civil War are scattered between numerous repositories in every corner of the United States. So there are, in fact, many Civil War archives. Still, primacy of place probably belongs to the vast body of official records generated by the armies fighting the Civil War and assembled by the federal government in its aftermath. I spent over a decade studying the workings of this archive, from the creation of the records during wartime through the hard labor of collecting, organizing, and searching the records, and up to the process of their editing and publication. This research has yielded a book that asks and answers two questions. One, how did the archival record left in the wake of the Civil War figure in the long and complicated process of remaking the United States? And two, how did events taking place in the archive determine the nature of historical knowledge available to us about the Civil War? Putting it differently, I ask, how did the archive determine what we know or think we know about the past? In what follows, I'm going to offer two examples from my book that will illustrate how I have tried to answer these questions. And finally, if there's time, I will offer some thoughts on where my work is going next. But first, a word about the records in this archive. The Civil War created an enormous wealth of written records. In many ways, it was the first bureaucratized war. Both armies, numbering a total of 3 million men and spread across an entire continent, generated gargantuan quantities of paperwork which were produced, managed, and preserved by countless adjutants and clerks, the war's unsung heroes. At the end of the war, the Federal War Department instructed officers of every rank to ship their papers to the Adjutant General's office in Washington. Some obeyed the order, others ignored it and took their records home. Confederate records, obviously, were in complete disarray. Many records were lost during the final weeks of the war when armies were retreating. Others were burnt during the Great Fire that engulfed the capital of the Confederate States of America, Richmond, Virginia, in the last 2 days of the war. Regardless, what did survive of the Confederate archive would come to play a variety of crucial roles in the post-war battles between the government and its former enemies. At first, the federal government assumed that it would find in the records evidence for Confederate involvement in Lincoln's assassination. It established a new unit in the War Department called the Archive Office, but known colloquially as the Rebel Archives Bureau. A team of officers and clerks headed by the renowned legal scholar Francis Lieber, whom I know is a hot commodity today in legal circles, launched an intensive search in the records assembled across the South for incriminating evidence. Yet to Lieber's great frustration, those records never materialized. And over time, the government and the Northern public lost interest in the project of putting the leaders of the rebellion against the United States on trial. While the absence of archival evidence was not the only reason for the retreat from legal proceedings against the leaders of secession, in the immediate post-war era, it was certainly an important contributing factor. Lieber was relieved from duty in 1867, and the Archive Office, once considered the government's secret weapon against its enemies, receded into the background of that era's politics. This changed once Congress and the federal government established several claims commissions, which allowed Americans and other nationals to ask compensation for losses they had suffered during the war. Southerners who filed claims for compensation from the federal government came from every walk of life, men and women, black and white, ex-slaves and free, Confederates and Unionists. The losses they had incurred resulted from the harsh realities of wartime, when millions of US soldiers fighting across the Confederate States consumed huge quantities of goods required to sustain armies in the field and destroyed or confiscated whatever could potentially aid the Confederate war effort. Requests for reimbursement ranged from $100 for one mule taken from a farmer to millions of dollars worth of cotton confiscated from a British trading company. Regardless of the size or nature of a claim, the principle underlying the act of filing was that civilians who had remained loyal to the United States were owed payment for property the federal government had taken from them for its wartime needs. Claimants then had to prove, above all else, that they never supported the Confederacy in any way, shape, or form, and were in fact willing to tender their active support to the cause of quashing the rebellion. This was no easy task, as residence in a seceded state in and of itself was considered proof of disloyalty. Claimants provided written and oral testimonies by friends and families, answered detailed questionnaires about their conduct during the conflict, etc., etc. The onset of the claims era in the federal government's relationship with Southerners reconfigured the archive office and gave its work a new direction and new meaning. Though the collection of papers lying in its rooms had failed to provide the evidence required for sensational post-war trials, it proved extraordinarily useful when it came to establishing the Confederate affiliation of numerous individuals, companies, and properties. As soon as claims began pouring in, the Archive Office got to work on the list of names sent over from the Commission. This was highly challenging work. The volume of papers stored in the Archive Office was huge, and some records were still unsorted as late as 1879. Another problem was identifying the right individual, especially when the Claims Commission provided only the names of the people it was looking for. If evidence was discovered, the incriminating information was assembled on special slips, which became part of the permanent record of disbarred claims, meaning of claims that were thrown out of court. The clerks of the Archive Office located proof of disloyalty everywhere in the sprawling record of the Confederacy. So just one example is the case of Jonas P. Levi, who argued that he was owed $10,000 for stores confiscated by the Union Army since he had spent the war in Wilmington, North Carolina, a state in rebellion against the federal government, merely because he had gotten stranded there on his way to Mexico, where he claimed he had large investments. Levi swore under oath that he had never served the Confederacy nor offered aid, comfort, or information to the government or its officers, and denied ever having communicated with Confederate authorities. Yet the Archive Office had located a number of letters from Levi to various government officials, including the Secretary of War, reflecting his allegiance to the Confederacy. Levi denied the allegations and claimed that his signature had been forged by a one-legged clerk named Charles Miller, who had since, how convenient, died. The commissioners interrogated him mercilessly, forcing him into making a clearly preposterous argument that the original letters found in the archives were written in a handwriting different than his own and telling other improbable lies about his wartime life. Albert P. Tasker, the chief clerk of the Archive Office, testified in the hearing, certifying that the papers implicated Levi were in the boxes sent from Richmond at the end of the war. The following day, the Archive Office forwarded additional papers pertaining to Levi, though the point was already moot. The commissioners rejected his claim, calling him a shameless traitor. Numerous other Southerners who had sworn under oath that they were fervently loyal to the United States throughout the war were confronted with documents dug up by the clerks, which bore their names and demonstrated their support, or at least acceptance, of Confederate authority. Some were on record petitioning the Confederate Congress and executive departments for various allowances or exceptions. Others turned up on Confederate muster rolls. Still others appeared in the vast cachet of quartermaster, ordnance, and commissary paperwork, selling the Army necessities like fodder, rope, tents, mules, and shoes. The history of the War Department's Archive Office embodies the seemingly abstract principle that archives both shape and are shaped by reality. Even as the government's Confederate archive determined the dynamics of the claims era, the impact flowed both ways. As the stash of papers lying in the Confederate office emerged as the Treasury's best and often only defense against fraudulent claims, it was reconfigured in several important ways. The documents that had been considered prized possessions during the immediate aftermath of the war, like the correspondence of senior figures in the Confederate government and pieces of evidence pointing to crimes and conspiracies, all of these lost their significance The records that mattered now were those that had been considered useless before: tedious financial paperwork and mundane communications of the Confederate government with citizens from all walks of life. Quartermaster's vouchers, receipts, records of the auditor's offices all assumed a new and unexpected import. The claims era brought a new calculus to the work of preserving and mastering the Confederacy's written record, a new calculus, of course, to the archive. Okay. Now to the question of how archival processes determine what we know about the past. So while War Department clerks were searching through the financial transactions and muster rolls of the Confederacy, records that could not be used in the legal wrangling between the federal government and Southerners largely lay dormant. Veterans writing histories of the war begged for access, but for all sorts of reasons, which I won't get into, were usually denied. In the mid-19th century, the United States did not possess a national archive open to historical research. Unlike France, for example, which threw open the doors of its National Archive in 1792, the archiving of federal records was an exercise in chaos. Records were strewn all over Washington, often in no particular order, and were in constant danger of being lost to fire, flood, rodents, or thieves. Though eventually the War Department would allow some researchers the privilege of coming into its archival bureaus, in the early years after the war, the records were largely out of reach. Even well-connected celebrity generals were frustrated at the government's refusal to make public official records and demanded that it take action. In 1875, William Tecumseh Sherman, probably doesn't need introduction even if in this forum of non-Americanists, complained at the opening of his memoirs that no satisfactory history of the war had been published, nor should any be attempted until the government has published and placed within the reach of students the abundant materials that are buried in the War Department at Washington. Yet by that point, perhaps unbeknownst to Sherman, the pressure by veterans to access the records had borne fruit, and the federal government was making initial steps to publish a selection of its archival records. In May 1874, Congress allocated $15,000 to begin the publication of the official records of the War of the Rebellion, both of the Union and Confederate armies. Considering the job at hand, this was a minuscule sum of money, but it was enough to set the process in motion. Clearly, archiving original records and editing them for publication were hardly the same thing. One might even argue that from an archival point of view, they are, in fact, the opposite, right? But the federal government never created a brick-and-mortar archive of Civil War records. Instead, it chose to create an edited compilation, a portable archive, if you will, which had attained a position of unmatched popularity and authority among historians. The OR, as it is known in a nickname, has been used by virtually any scholar writing about the Civil War until this very day. And this applies not just to military historians, but to scholars studying this momentous event from any number of angles. It is impossible, for example, to imagine the history of slave emancipation in America written without using the official records. So the compilation, just very briefly, because I know, probably no one here has used it except me, is 128 volumes, numbering roughly 1,000 pages each and divided into 4 series, the largest and best known of which is the first, which numbers 80 volumes and covers, what else? Active operations in the field, meaning covers the battlefield. The documents filling these pages are printed copies of the official records produced by both armies, and they include reports, correspondence, orders, telegrams. Union records appear first, followed by Confederate records, no commentary, except for the occasional footnotes. And this is really critical. Events follow one another in quick succession, taking the reader from one setting to the next and introducing them to the voices of hundreds of Civil War commanders. The result, as practically anyone who has worked with a source can testify, is an incredibly immersive, research experience, which often gives the readers a real sense of being transported back in time. And in some ways, of course, that is exactly the problem. Because the OR can easily be mistaken for an exhaustive compilation of the government's Civil War records. In hard copy, its sheer bulk is pleasingly daunting. When all of these are sort of stacked up in the library, it's actually kind of beautiful. But online, in fact, it's even more seductive because the wealth of results generated by every keyword search only amplifies the allure and seemingly obviates any additional research in manuscripts stored in the National Archives in Washington. Even the subtitle, which is "The Official Records," hints that these are, in fact, all of the official records of the US and Confederate armies. And yet, making the OR entailed an enormously labor-intensive process that took place over a quarter century, cost millions of dollars, and was determined by the personalities of the bureaucrats controlling the process, the agendas of the politicians funding it, and the anxieties of the veterans contributing to it. Even more elusively, the making of the OR was grounded in contemporary understandings of history and historical practice. This is, when I talk about this with Civil War historians, they're often sort of shattered by the understanding that this source, which they have taken almost as, kind of God's word, is in fact the child of 19th century military bureaucrats who decided which historical events mattered and which not, whose account of the war was worth making public, and whose could stay in the dark. The most important figure in the making of the OR is a virtually anonymous officer by the name of Robert N. Scott. Born in Tennessee, he had moved to California as a teenager, and joined the Army in 1857 as the second lieutenant of the 4th Infantry. He was wounded in June 1862 and was out of commission for 2 months. Upon his return, he was assigned as an assistant adjutant general and thus began his career as a military bureaucrat. After the war, he filled a number of administrative duties. He wrote hefty legal treaties. He waited for the right opportunity. And when that opportunity arrived, he was ready. And he had 3 critical skills for this job. He understood how information flowed through official channels. He was historically aware and valued the preservation of original Civil War documentation. And he was an active legal thinker. Scott took charge of the project under the auspices of a newly organized administrative unit called the War Records Office. Though Scott would not see the process of the compilation through, he died suddenly 10 years later. In his tenure as head of the War Records Office, he laid down the infrastructure that allowed the work to continue even after his early passing. Unsurprisingly, the first question Scott tackled was selection. Within weeks of his appointment, he decided to leave out several classes of documents: applications for appointments, contracts, charges of disloyalty, claims, tenders of troops, meaning the mechanism for states to offer the federal government troops, and unsolicited advice. Finally, he excluded, and this is in some ways the biggest problem of the collection, ordinary routine business of the Bureau and the departments. Scott reflected on his work only rarely, but his 1879 annual report to the Secretary of War offered a glimpse into the demands placed upon the staff as it took on the work of sorting through the records. The work, Scott wrote, was moving along steadily, but the amount of labor involved in examining the massive records stored in the city, in making judicious selections from them, and in the verification of the copies made can hardly be appreciated by those not immediately connected with the War Department. Scott never said more in writing about the work of making judicious selections and what that actually meant. He never said anything about how he or his aides determined which records deserved to see publication and which would not. And so this leaves us the question of following Scott's in his tracks and trying to figure out how they made these decisions. And that's partly what I did in this project. Luckily, the War Department imprinted each document selected for copying with a stamp reading War Records Office copied. 2 different stamps were used, but neither the stamp nor any other notation on the original records says when a document was reproduced and by which staff member. Since the compilation process proceeded chronologically and since compilers were credited in individual volumes, we know who was in charge of putting each volume together, but we don't know who made the individual selections of records. Now, another complicating factor is that many of the records marked as copies do not actually appear in the published compilation. Someone, somewhere along the way, decided that they actually did not meet the criteria for publication, but we don't know when, why, or who. So what I did was basically look at a small sample, 200 pages, from the letter sent book of the Adjutant General of the United States Army in the months January and May to May 1862. These are handwritten documents. They contain roughly 800 orders, dispatches, telegrams, most of which are run-of-the-mill exchanges about the daily life of the Army. But routine as they are, they provide a genuine reflection of war-making. The Adjutant General's office was the central nervous system of the Army. Its letter books, therefore, embody the complex and sprawling nature of the Civil War, as well as any written record can. Even in the small fragment of documentation, the Adjutant General is on record addressing a wide variety of subjects involving a diverse array of actors: humans and animals, generals and privates, soldiers and civilians, black and white. Letters were addressed to posts, headquarters, and bureaus spread from coast to coast and range from hurried one-line dispatches to longer, carefully phrased letters. So what did the War Department copy? Of course, some of the records that ended up in print are obvious choices covering dramatic and iconic moments on the battlefield, like the first battle between ironclad ships or the first invasion of Eastern Virginia by the United States Army. It's not surprising that Scott and his team gave preference to moments of high drama, to military action per se, and to officers of high rank who made decisions and shaped events in the field. These were the records considered by late 19th century bureaucrats historically valuable. Yet it is probably even more interesting to see what the War Department chose to leave out of the compilation. One class of uncopied records are those that deal with the interactions between the military establishment and civilians. Now, Scott actually understood that there was more to war than armies, but in this series, the first series, he excluded some of the most interesting records that exist in the raw material. So I will give just one example. A message dated April 22, 1862, and addressed to Major General Nathaniel Banks, commanding the Department of the Shenandoah. And this is what it says. Major Henry S. Turner has just returned here from the neighborhood of the Plains, Fauquier County, Virginia, and reports an excitement there on account of outrageous rapes committed there by a party from Geary's camp, as it is said, consisting of 2 soldiers and a Negro upon 2 highly respectable white women named Garrett, a widow and her young daughter. The document ends with an order by the Secretary of War to conduct an inquiry and bring the culprits to justice. Now, sexual abuse in the Civil War is notoriously underdocumented. It makes historians crazy. It is simply not in the records. And the fact that this document was deemed unpublishable exemplified just how different the notions of historically valuable were from our notions of what is important to historians today. And like Leo, I'm going to cut out a lot, but I do want to add one more conclusion. So it's not just that there are, in some ways, these conclusions are inverted. So there are some extraordinarily important and interesting records in that group that I've looked at in those 200 pages. But in some ways, it's also the opposite. Because when I compare the published and unpublished records, what I do get a sense is that the difference lies in the very nature of war making. When I read through the letter book from 1862, what I can see is the extent to which the raw records offer a different sense of war than the published volumes. The majority of the records inevitably fall under the rubric of mere routine, because a 4-year war is all about the routine. Compilers of the OR consciously obscured this fact by publishing only those records that, as they called it, carry the narrative of military operations, and left out others that conveyed the mundane realities of war on and off the battlefield. The boredom, the pointless movements, the unrelenting, back-breaking labor that went into keeping 19th century armies in the field is imprinted on every page in the raw materials, still stored in the archives, but is largely lacking in the published compilation out in the world. Okay, I see that we are not going to go into where I'm taking this forward, but I know when it's time to bow out, so thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Yael, for a fascinating and really inspiring talk. And we'll postpone our conversation to the end of the 3 papers. So the second speaker is coming from abroad, and we are going to listen to her paper. And I'm glad to invite Professor Dr. Susan Zepp-Zwinger. She's the chair of the University Professor of Spanish and Latin American Literature at the University of Duisburg-Essen since April 2023. Previously, from 2011 to 2023, she held the position of tenured full professor of Spanish, Portuguese, French literature at the Freie Universität of Berlin, where she also directed the Selma Stern Center of Jewish Studies in Berlin-Brandenburg. Earlier in her career from 2003 to 2015, she served as a deputy director of the Shimon Dubnov Institute for Jewish History and Culture at Leipzig University. Professor Zepp is a prolific author with 20 books and 40 articles and book chapters published in multiple languages in recognition of her contribution to research in Spanish history and culture. The Spanish government honored her with the highest civil award in 2023. So, Professor Dr. Susan Zepp, the floor is yours for 25 minutes.
Thank you so much. I might be even quicker than that. Can you hear me all okay? Is this sound okay?
Yes, it's perfect.
Sound okay? If not, I will just start and somebody might tell me if you cannot hear me or not. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Yes, yes, we all can.
Ah, super, excellent. So let's start right away. So good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start by expressing my sincere gratitude for the organizers for inviting me to speak today and for accommodating my participation via Zoom. In my talk, I will demonstrate how the history of the Spanish Civil War collection within the Zapmo Barge collection, and I will explain right away what that is, exemplifies the emergence and functioning of archives during periods of crises. This collection not only preserves pivotal historical records, but also highlights the critical role archives play in documenting and understanding tumultuous times. In 2008, Günter Benzer, the long-standing chairman of the Association for the Promotion of Archives and Libraries on the History of the Labor Movement, published the 113th volume in the brochure series Hefte zur DDR-Geschichte, titled Was geschah mit den Archiven und Bibliotheken von Parteien und Organisationen der DDR? In English, What happened to the archives and libraries of GDR parties and organizations? This publication provides a detailed account of the prehistory of the Sapmo-Bartsch collection. Benzer was intimately involved in the efforts to secure these collections and navigate the contentious debates regarding institutional procedures. As a historian at the Institute for Marxism-Leninism at the Central Committee of the SED, the Unity Party, since 1991 known as the Institute for the History of the Labor Movement, he played a crucial role in preserving these materials during a tumultuous period. Benzer's book not only documents the fate of the archives and libraries belonging to various parties and organizations of the former German Democratic Republic, but also highlights the challenges faced by historians and archivists in securing these materials. The transition from the Institute for Marxism-Leninism to the Institute for the History of the Labor Movement marked a significant shift in the institutional approach to historical preservation. During this period, the concerted efforts of Benzer and his colleagues were crucial in safeguarding the archival heritage of the GDR. Their initiative ensured that these records, which are vital for understanding the socio-political landscape of Eastern Germany, were not lost amid the political and social transformation of the early 1990s. This preservation effort reflects the broader dynamics of archival history, particularly how archives can serve as custodians of collective memory during times of societal change. On the slide, you can see a historical photo of the headquarters of the Institute for Marxism-Leninism, located at Torstraße 1 in Eastern Berlin, which today has been transformed into a luxury hotel known as the Soho House. The library holdings incorporated into the German Federal Archives, the Bundesarchiv, with the establishment of the Foundation Archive of the Parties and Mass Organization of the GDR, that is the acronym SAPNO meant for, that I'm repeating all the time. The library holdings incorporated on January 1st, 1993 include 750,000 volumes from the Institute for Marxism-Leninism at the Central Committee of the Social Unity Party, and 250,000 volumes from the Central Library of the Trade Unions of the Free German Trade Union Federation. These collections are now housed at the German Federal Archive Division in Berlin-Lichterfelde. Also, the Service Library of the Central State Archives of the GDR, comprising more than 200,000 volumes, along with subsequent acquisition and supplementary holdings, have been integrated into the collection. As a result, the library in Berlin-Lichterfelde now contains the most extensive library holdings within the multi-division structure of the German Federal Archive, holding more than 1.7 million volumes. The libraries at all 7 locations of the Bundesarchiv collectively form a specialized academic library and serve as a unique historical resource. Materials from 1956 onwards are available for local and interlibrary loan from the Berlin-Lichterfelde collection, while non-circulating literature can be accessed in the library's reading room. The acronym SAPMO, SAPMO, denotes, again, the Foundation Archive of the Parties and Mass Organizations of the GDR. Established as a dependent foundation within the German Federal Archives, SAPMO was swiftly integrated into its infrastructure. Prior to the foundation's establishment, the archives of the Parties and Mass Organization of the GDR were placed under the fiduciary administration of the Independent Commission for the Review of the Assets of the Parties and Mass Organization of the GDR in 1990. Following extensive deliberations regarding the preservation of these collections, it was resolved that they should be maintained within their original context. Consequently, SAPMO was founded on January 1st, 1993, and transfer agreements were concluded within the former institution. Many archives and libraries had lost their sponsors and structural support, making SAPMO's role in securing these collections and facilitating their accessibility essential. For over 2 decades, the SAPMO collection has significantly contributed to the reappraisal of GDR history through its extensive repository of sources. Within the archival collection of the Institute for Marxism-Leninism at the Central Committee of the Socialist Unity Party of Germany, there exists, and this is now when I come in, a largely untapped archival source for scholars of the Spanish Civil War. Established in 1949, the Institute's initial responsibilities included publishing the works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, as well as developing a research library for the party. By the mid-1950s, the Institute's focus had shifted towards researching fundamental issues in the history of the labor movement. This involved the editing and publication of sources, including speeches and essays by prominent figures within the workers' movement. From 1969 until the autumn of 1989, these research and editorial projects were undertaken by the Institute's history department. Beginning in the early 1970s, the Institute also initiated the preservation of archival documents through microfilm. The collection of Spanish Civil War materials did not emerge by chance. In February 1968, in anticipation of the celebrations planned to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Spanish Civil War's conclusion in the GDR, Franz Dahlem, the former chief political commissioner of the International Brigades in Spain and then Minister for National Defense, issued a call for former volunteers to document their experiences in the International Brigades and submit these narratives to the History Department of the Institute for Marxism-Leninism. So the emergence of a unique collection owes much to the concerted efforts of a singular archivist, Hans Teubner, whose tenure as head of the History Department at the Institute of Marxism-Leninism since 1963 underscored his pivotal role. The slide includes one of the few preserved photos of Teubner. Teubner's multifaceted background, steeped in both academia and activism, lent a distinct character to his archival pursuits. Born in 1920 in Aue, Germany, Teubner's upbringing in a working-class milieu imbued him with a profound appreciation for the social political struggles of his time. Despite encountering formidable challenges throughout his career, including governmental surveillance, work prohibitions, and censorship, Teubner remained an influential figure in the intellectual and cultural fabric of the German Democratic Republic. Teubner's formative experiences as an instructor for officers in the International Brigades during the Spanish Civil War deeply informed his ideological and scholarly inclinations. Following the war's conclusion, Teubner's trajectory led him to Switzerland, where he assumed leadership roles within the Communist Party's southern section and forged connection with anti-fascist resistance circles in Berlin. However, his activism also attracted scrutiny, culminating in his internment by Swiss authorities and subsequent imprisonment. Upon his return to Germany in 1945, Teubner's commitment to socialist principles remained steadfast, leading to his involvement in the Social Unity Party in 1946, despite periodic conflicts with party authorities, notably during the 1950s. Teubner's contributions to academia and journalism were manifold. His reinstatement in 1956 marked a pivotal juncture in his career, culminating in his appointment as a university lecturer, institute director, and vice dean at Karl Marx University in Leipzig. Moreover, his editorial stewardship at prominent newspapers and his membership in the SED's district leadership underscored his complex engagement with socialist realities. Subsequently, Teubner's tenure as staff member at the Institute for Marxism-Leninism at the Central Committee of the SED heralded a new phase of archival stewardship. His dedication for preserving the historical materials that were sent to the Institute by former members of the International Brigades in Spain, coupled with his scholarly acumen, laid the foundation for the emergence of a distinctive archival collection. Teubner's enduring legacy transcends mere archival stewardship. It encapsulates his commitment to preserving the memory of the brigadists in the Spanish Civil War, even, and this is important from my point of view, when their ideological profiles deviated from the prescribed party line of the SED. This commitment imbues the collections with a profound significance, as they not only reflect, let's say, the GDR official party narrative surrounding the Spanish Civil War, but also encompass materials authored by brigadists with more, let's say, anarchist-leaning or Trotskyist-leaning perspectives. Maintaining materials that diverge from the SED party line was no trivial matter, given the political climate and the potential consequences for those involved. Since establishing diplomatic relations with the Spanish Republic in 1931, Moscow had embarked on a concerted effort to consolidate and, entre comilles, purify the Spanish Communist Party by expelling anarchists and Trotskyite members. However, this process proved to be protracted and challenging, spanning several years. In safeguarding and curating such diverse narratives, Teubner can offer to the users of his collection today a more nuanced understanding of the Spanish Civil War, one that extends beyond the confines of ideological orthodoxy of the GDR. By embracing a multiplicity of voices within the collection, Teubner ensured that the experiences and contributions of all brigadists found resonance within the archival record. I have already published an article on one especially fascinating document within Teubner's collection that was an anonymously published text in French attributed to a member of the Volksfront in Exile movement. Today, I would like to very quickly showcase the breadth and diversity of the material safeguarded by Teubner in the archive by presenting and analyzing different artifacts scanned from the SAPMO collection. One such example is a leaflet produced by the Acción Demócrata Española, a political organization headquartered in San Francisco, primarily composed of Spanish expats and immigrants. Active during the tumultuous years of the Spanish Civil War from 1936 to 1939, the organization ardently advocated for the cause of the Spanish Republic and vehemently opposed the national forces led by Francisco Franco. Utilizing public appeals, festivals, concerts, Acción Demócrata Española mobilized resources, raising funds that were subsequently channeled to Republican Spain in support of war-affected children. Following the cessation of hostilities, the organization continued its humanitarian efforts, extending aid to Spanish refugees in France and other parts of the world. Affiliated with the Sociedades Hispanas Aliadas, Acción Demócrata Española actively engaged in the political landscape of the Spanish diaspora in North America, maintaining a steadfast anti-fascist stance amidst the factional divisions prevalent among Spanish Republican factions. And again, it was not a socialist initiative. Teubner kept this and other leaflets in the collection, although initiatives such as those undertaken by Acción Demócrata Española diverged from the politics espoused by the GDR. The official stance of the GDR regarding the Spanish Civil War adhered closely to the dominant historical narrative propagated by the Soviet Union, which portrayed the international brigades and the arms shipment from Moscow to Spain as a singular and the singular legitimate form of support during the Spanish Civil War. This narrative, shaped by geopolitical considerations, served to reinforce the ideological hegemony of the Soviet Union and its allies within the international communist movement. Within the framework of this official narrative, initiatives such as the Acción Demócrata Española, which operated independently and outside of the established channels of Soviet support, were often marginalized or overlooked. Teubner, indeed, kept the leaflet in the collections and other materials de la Acción Demócrata Española, highlighting the agency of different groups and individuals, contributing, as I see it, to a more nuanced understanding of the complexities of anti-fascist resistance in the 20th century. Another significant document within the SAPMO collection is a poster dating back to 1948, featuring the portraits of Edward Karbarsky, Howard Fast, and other board members of the Joint Anti-Fascist Refugee Committee. Teubner collected everything that he could get his hands on regarding the Joint Anti-Fascist Refugee Committee. This committee faced legal repercussions when the House Committee on Un-American Activities sentenced them to prison for their humanitarian efforts in providing aid to Republican refugees from Franco's Spain. The committee's activities included the provision of essential resources such as hospital beds, physicians, bandages, clothing, and medicine to those affected by the conflict. Overseas, their charitable endeavors were facilitated by organizations like the Unitarian Service Committee and, no less, the Quakers. Despite being labeled as communist sympathizers by the Thomas Committee, the Joint Anti-Fascist Refugee Committee saw themselves firmly within the traditions of liberty in the United States. They drew inspiration from the legacies of Jefferson and Paine, Emerson and John Brown, Garrison and Thoreau, embracing a tradition rooted in the principles of democracy, freedom, and social justice. Such a tradition, while not entirely aligned with the directives of the SED, resonated deeply with Teubner's commitment to preserving diverse perspectives within the archival collection. In addition to these two examples, I will now explore two more striking documents from the collection, both exemplifying the lengths to which Teubner went to preserve diverse aspects of the history of the international brigadists in Spain. The first document is a short memoir titled A Galician Jew's Path from Palestine to Spain. However, the title is obscured by several typed X's, making it difficult to discern the original title of the document. Despite this deliberate attempt to obfuscate the document's contents, Teubner made the crucial decision to preserve it. This decision carried significant weight, especially considering the context of the time. With the onset of the clearly anti-Semitic Stalinist show trial of Rudolf Slansky in Prague in late 1952, Jews in the GDR faced mounting pressure on multiple fronts. Not only did they contend with continued hostility from parts of the population, but they also grappled with Stalinist anti-Semitism emanating from the Soviet Union. In this fraught climate, Teubner's decision to safeguard the memoir reflects his commitment to documenting also marginalized narratives. The memoir, penned by a person named Sam Nathan, recounts his journey from Palestine to Spain to join the fight against the nationalists. Prior to crossing the border into Spain, Sam stays with the Mercier family in France, who had recently welcomed a newborn baby. The memoir is dated on the evening before Sam's departure, capturing the tense historical moment with stark language. Sam reflects on the prevailing atmosphere of discrimination and violence in France, lamenting a time when individuals could be judged and persecuted solely based on their place of birth. Despite being raised on principles of love and empathy, Sam resolved to take up arms against the Spanish putschist nationalists, hoping to usher in a future where such arbitrary distinction hold no sway. He articulates a vision of a world where people are judged not by their origins or parentage, but by their capacity to care for one another, embodying a spirit of solidarity and compassion. In the ideological climate of the GDR, the mere suggestion that Sam Nathan's decision to join the fight in Spain stemmed from a belief in love and solidarity derived from the Hebrew Bible would have posed, let's put it like this, challenges. Introducing my final example, it is imperative to note the remarkable preservation of another series of materials. Against the backdrop of political purges orchestrated by Moscow aimed at eliminating Trotskyist and anarchist elements from the communist struggle, it is particularly striking to observe the extensive collection of materials guarded by Teubner in the Sapmo collection pertaining to the Workers' Party of Marxist Unification, in Spanish Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista. Formed in 1935 as a communist opposition to the Stalinist form of communism advocated by the Soviet Union, the Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, I will call them the PUM from now on, was founded by revolutionaries André Nin and Joaquín Maurín. Nin, heavily influenced by the ideas of Trotsky, embraced the concept of permanent revolution. The party emerged from the somewhat paradoxical merging of the Communist Party's left opposition that consisted of the Trotskyist communists of Spain and the anti-Trotskyist workers and peasants bloc. Despite its divergence from the official Communist Party of Spain, the PCE, the PUM experienced significant growth, particularly in Catalonia and the Valencian county, where it surpassed the PCE in both size and influence. George Orwell, who fought alongside the PUM in the Spanish Civil War, noted that its membership swelled from roughly 10,000 in July 1936 to 70,000 in December 1936, before declining back to 45,000 by June 1937. The PUM's independent communist stance, marked by its opposition to Stalin and the Comintern, fueled bitter divisions within the Communist Party of Spain, which remained staunchly loyal to Moscow. These divisions culminated in violent confrontations, most notably during the Barcelona May Days of 1937, when a predominantly communist coalition attacked the PUM. Accusations of Trotskyism and even fascism levied by the communists further exacerbated tensions. In this context, the presence of a load of materials related to the PUM within the GDR's very heart of ideological research, the Institute for Marxism and Leninism, is particularly noteworthy. Despite ideological, let's say, differences and political animosities, these materials were safeguarded and preserved by Teub. The argument presented in the short text that you see on the slide on the revolution in Spain rebukes the exclusive focus on German and Italian fascist support of Franco's coup as dangerously short-sighted, labeling it as predominantly petty bourgeois. It contends that Spanish fascist generals were the instigators of the uprising and that a homegrown fascist movement is terrorizing a significant portion of Spain. The text underscores the ongoing anti-fascist and revolutionary struggle, asserting that victory will not only entail defeating foreign mercenaries, but also eradicating, that's the word, Spanish fascism entirely. It criticizes the ineptitude and cowardice of Spanish Republican factions, asserting that the proletariat, not the bourgeois Republicans, will lead the anti-fascist movements toward establishing a socialist republic. The text concludes in celebrating the initiative of workers, militiamen, and peasants in fighting both domestic fascism and foreign supporters, while simultaneously advocating for the establishment of a new socialist republic through grassroots organization and collective action. Collecting Trotskyist material in the GDR was not a trivial matter. Such actions not only risk threats of expulsion from the party, but also carried the potential for far more severe consequences. In a climate of ideological conformity and surveillance, the act of safeguarding materials diverging from prescribed narrative posed significant personal and professional risks for individuals like Hans Teubner. In closing, the 4 examples from the SAPMO collection on the Spanish Civil War illustrate how that even in times of crisis, the individual decisions of a courageous archivist and historian ensured the preservation of invaluable archival material. Despite the prevailing pressures of prescribed historical narratives, these acts of preservation proved to be a discreet but very effective mode of resistance against ideological streamlining. The SAPMO collection of the Spanish Civil War is not a mere repository of historical sources, but also a preservation of diverse perspectives on history. Through Hans Teubner's archival stewardship, we are reminded of the importance of embracing complexity and plurality in our understanding of the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such a multi-layer description of what seemingly is a totalitarian archive, but very different in your presentation. We'll keep our questions and comments after the third speaker, so please stay with us. And the third speaker is Dr. Irit Beck. She's the head of the Inter-University Program of African Studies at Tel Aviv University, a senior lecturer in the Department of Middle East and African Studies, and a senior researcher in the Moshe Dayan Center for Middle Eastern and African Studies. Her research interests are contemporary Islam, conflict resolution, and regional organization, mostly at the Horn of Africa and West Africa. She published extensively at various academic journals and other forums on these themes. Her recent book, From Sudan to South Sudan, IGAD, and the Role of Regional Mediation in Africa, was published in Brill in 2020. Irit, please, it's yours.
So I have a slightly difficulty with the voice. I hope that it will be okay until the end of this presentation. So thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this very important and interesting workshop, and especially to Vera that insisted that I will be here and give place to Africa, to the continent of Africa, which usually is not connected in our imagination to archives and manuscripts, but I will try to present something else about what is happening in Africa. So I will talk about from the glorious Mali Empire to the dysfunctional Republic of Mali, the fate of the archives, especially the manuscripts of Timbuktu, the city of Timbuktu. I just want to see how much time I have. Okay. So the city of Timbuktu was designated as UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1988. In 2012, in response to armed conflict in the region, Timbuktu was added to the UNESCO list of World Heritage in Danger. The reason for Timbuktu's selection and the danger the site faced approximately two and a half decades later are not widely known. So this paper examining this question, why it was chosen as a World Heritage Site and what were the dangers. So I will try to discuss it in this question, and I will try to describe the centrality of the Timbuktu archive, both in the decision to declare the city as a World Heritage Site and in relation to its fate in an era of conflict. And I will try to connect it to the wider issue of the new wars, the thesis of the new wars in our days. Against the backdrop of this two interwoven issue, this paper will also illuminate broader and more theoretical dilemmas, such as who has the propriety rights to historical knowledge and documentation. One such dilemma is illustrated by the clashing claims of two Islamic streams. I think one can be termed the Orthodox traditional stream that claims that this archive of Timbuktu and manuscripts symbolize the glory of the Islamic past. And in the other hand, the radical Islamist stream that claims that this archive represents foreign influence rather than the true and pure essence of Islam, and as such are doomed and should be destroyed. So a little bit about the history of the Empire of Mali. This is one of the symbolic pictures of the type of architecture of Timbuktu. For over 1500 years, beginning of the 1st century AD, Timbuktu was an important station on the trans-Saharan trade, and that connected Africa south and north of the Sahara, spreading religious, cultural, and political influence. One of the major effects of the trans-Saharan trade was the spread of Islam from North Africa to various sites and communities in West Africa, which was the driving force behind the creation of new political entities, such as the Mali Empire from the 13th to 15th century and Songhai Empire from the 15th to 16th century. So this is the map of the spreading of the Islam and the different political entities, empire, kingdoms, and others. And this is the border of the Empire of Mali and the Empire of Songhai, both approximately the same period and the same space. But I will talk mostly about the Empire of Songhai for clarity. At the heydays of the Mali Empire in the 14th century, the city of Timbuktu flourished as an important center of trade, especially of gold. The famous Hajj journey of the king who called Mensa Musa that was leading a spectacular caravan of pilgrims from Timbuktu to Mecca and carry with him gold and other goods, ignited the popular imagination around the world and contributed Timbuktu image as a mystical El Dorado of Africa. At the same time, Timbuktu also became an important center of learning, not only for Muslims, clerics, and scholars, but also for scientists in various disciplines, including astronomy and mathematics. The scholarly about the astronomy, you see one in this document, a manuscript from the field of astronomy. There is even some claim that the first discoverer of America, the first explorer that came to America, came from Timbuktu and not from Europe. So I don't know if it's based on enough, but this is one claim. But sure, there was a knowledge of astronomy. The scholarly activity was a basis for the creation of large body of approximately 400,000 to 500,000 manuscripts, and mostly in families and private libraries or archives. Most of the manuscripts were written in Arabic, and about 10% were written in local languages such as in Hausa and Fulfulde. The oldest manuscript dated from the 11th century, while the most recent was written in the 20th century. Timbuktu's significance as a center of trade and learning ended in the 16th century as a result of historical events, including the conquest of North Africa by North Africa dynasty, the decline of the trans-Saharan trade, and the rise of the transatlantic slave trade. Despite the city decline, recognition of the significance of its large body of manuscripts reemerged in the post-colonial era as a counterclaim to the alleged lack of written sources in the history of pre-colonial Africa, and specifically the history of Islam in Africa. And I want to quote one of the researchers that wrote about it. The question that then arises, why and how the manuscript of Timbuktu, a dusty little town at the edge of the Sahara, erupt with such force in the headline of the global media and in the center of public engagement on question of world heritage. I will skip a little bit. Although an older association of the city as an impossible to reach, almost mystical location still lineage the popular imagination, in recent decade, the African Arabic written legacy of West Africa has popularly become known in public discourse as the Timbuktu Archive. Whether as a source of history of the region in the pre-colonial area and the colonial period, or complemented as an heritage phenomenon in the present. In some ways, the Timbuktu Archive has recently become an iconic archive used as a to signify the indigenous African writing and knowledge production before the advent of colonialism. This iconic archive has also assumed the status of World Heritage in present, and this tension between Timbuktu as the remotest place in the world and the iconic place of knowledge in Africa is still exists today. I remember one of my childhood. As a child, I imagined Timbuktu as the remotest place in the world because, you know, the aristocrat, the Disney movie, The Aristocrat, where the bad guy, remember, Edgar, is sailed and sent by the box to Timbuktu. So I thought it's like the remotest and most terrifying place in the world. The valuable contribution of the manuscript of Timbuktu to the academic and popular history of pre-colonial Africa was among the considerations that motivated UNESCO to declare Timbuktu a World Heritage Site in 1988. One of the UNESCO preconditions for this designation is that the state in which the site is located must assume responsibility to protect it for present future present and future generation. In the second decade of 21st century, however, it appeared that the Republic of Mali encountered multiple challenges in the effort to protect Timbuktu as a World Heritage Site. And a little bit about the modern Republic of Mali. Oh, no, just a second. Sorry. Lost the place. Just a second, okay? I'm just. Okay, oh, never mind. The first Sudan colony gained its independence from France in 1960, naming itself a Republic of Mali on the glorious footstep of the Mali Empire. Like most Africa post-colonial states, Mali experienced numerous coups, authoritarian regimes, and a general atmosphere of economic and social unrest. The unfortunate course of events seemed to turn in, during the 1990s when a sequence of democratic election and democratic regime survived for a period. Yet in 2012, a rising ethnic tension and influx of fighters from Libya, some of them linked to Al-Qaeda organization, led to rebellion and military coup and shattered the hopes for future democratization process. The rebels actually conquest some of this area where Timbuktu is located in northern Republic of Mali, and they declared the region as a liberated state of Azawad. Soon after, the World Heritage Committee included Timbuktu on the list of World Heritage Site in danger in order to garner assistance and support for the city of Timbuktu in effort to protect the site. The rebel act of destruction were already directed to various archives at Timbuktu, both private and public. Images of the torn manuscript dumped on the dirt spread on the international media like wildfire, and the name Timbuktu was once again in the center of global attention, yet in much less fortunate circumstances than the 14th and 15th century glory. With the assistance of the French-led military intervention in 2013, the Malian government managed to retake most of the north, although the government grasp of the region remained weak, with local militia, terrorists, and insurgent groups competing for control. And I would like for a few minutes to talk about the family or private archives of Timbuktu. Because most of the manuscript in Timbuktu has been held in a private and family archive. This phenomenon is both old and new, and although private and family archive existed at the Timbuktu for many centuries, they flourished there in the recent decade. One example of this type of institution is the Fondo Kaati archive. Susanna Litters, which wrote about this archive, said, like other private libraries in the city, it faces enormous challenges in terms of preservation, housing, financing, and making the collection accessible to the public. However, the Fondo Kaati has adopted a unique strategy to confront this problem. Didier Haidra, I will talk about him, this is the guy you see in the picture, he managed to collect a lot of manuscript to this to his family archive and preserve his family memory. Actually, this guy Didier Khadira is the present director of the archive. He was able to include about 12,000 manuscripts and what is called Magrinilia. In the history of the Muslim archive, it's mostly like interpretation or adding to the Quran. For example, what is called Sirah, the story of Muhammad's life. So he was able to collect about 12,000. Khadaira was also able to trace the origin of his 15th century Al-Andalus family through the figure of someone called Ali bin Zaid, considered to be the founding father of the dynasty. And Hydra support his assertion by reflecting the family manuscript, in particular the Marginalia, as well as oral history. The founding father was what we call today Spanish Muslim from the city of Toledo, who identified himself as a Kuti. Kuti is a Gothic. According to Didier Khadaira, the family collection records of others stemming from Muhammad Kati personal library, including the manuscript inherited from the founding father Ali bin Zaid. Tracing this family genealogy and chronology stressing the claim that Timbuktu was an important center in the 15th century, connecting Muslim, African, and European destination and history, for example, by illuminating the connection that existed between Timbuktu and Toledo, the city of Toledo. Like many other archives in Timbuktu, the advent of Islamist insurgent into the city in 2012-13 signified a major threat to many family archives in Timbuktu and an effort to establishing and preserving their context. In Fondo Kati archive was no exception. Hydra decided to flee from Timbuktu. He carried 4 items under his bubu. Bubu is the West African robe, type of robe, including what he called family Quran from the 15th century, and Marginalia that were attributed to his his family forefathers. And he finally got to Cape Town in South Africa, and these 4 items are preserved now. What happened to the archive itself is unknown, to me at least. I don't know. I couldn't find any evidence about what happened later to the archive itself. But also destroyed during the insurgent attack was 4,000 manuscripts from the Ahmad Baba Research Center. This institute is very interesting because it was built originally in the 1917, but in 2009, South Africa, under the project of African Renaissance era, adopted this center and rebuilt it, and you see the outside and inside architecture, and they talk about African partnership in order to promote the manuscript as African heritage. It's all this archive, the Ahmed Baba archive, was also part of the effort to preserve it was under the preservation of the World Heritage Site of UNESCO, and held between 30,000 to 40,000 manuscripts. The Islamist attack against the center is interesting also, as it stimulates the broader discourse about the different cultural perception of the role of private versus public archive, because it was mentioning that the destruction of the Ahmad Baba Institute and the loss of the part of his manuscript attracted much more international attention than the fate of the private archive. But not only the manuscript and the archive in Timbuktu were destroyed in 2012-2013. According to various reports, 14 of his mausoleums and mosques and other monuments were also destroyed. And the destruction attracted much international attention at the time, also due to the fact that it was not the sole act of deliberate destruction of cultural heritage sites at the time. Between 2012 to 2017, the world witnessed the revenging heritage site in the Middle East, and Africa by Islamist organizations such as ISIS or Daesh, Boko Haram, Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and others. This is the map of the destruction worldwide. One of the best known images of the destruction was the ancient Roman city of Palmyra in Syria, destroyed by ISIS in December 26, and this is before and after. And this led me to question the theory of the new wars. According to Marie Kaldor, one of the primary new war theorists, new wars are mainly a post-Cold War phenomenon and differs from the old war in that the conflicting parties are state and non-state entities, the latter being commonly described as insurgent group. What also different this new form of war from conventional warfare is the increasing involvement of the non-state actor in the destruction of heritage assets. In the case of the destruction of the World Heritage Site in Timbuktu, which included the destruction of archive and manuscript, insurgent groups such as Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb and others called the destruction of mausoleum and religious building, and declaring that not a single mausoleum will remain in Timbuktu because it against Islam and Allah is not also in support of these mausoleums. And anything that does not fall under Islam is not good, and man should only worship Allah. Although this claim are typically directed against more material sites such as mausoleums, the same claims make target the historical knowledge that exists in manuscript and the archive and contain foreign influence and might therefore be considered by those insurgent groups as contrary to the essence of pure and true Islam. In recent years, however, I have less, thank you. In recent years, this idea also corresponds with the wider anti-Western mood prevailing, maybe worldwide, but in many former French colonial territories in Africa, including Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, and others. The proliferation of military coups in sub-Saharan Africa in recent years frequently accompanied by anti-French and anti-Western sentiment that include calls to expropriate history from Western ownership and return it to the African. You can see here like a protest in Nigeria recently with the burning of the French flag and call for Putin instead of France, etc. In this sense, World Heritage Sites are no longer considered protected or immune as before, and their importance in being considered by many segments of African society, not necessarily those who identified as Islamist. On the other hand, many others in this African ex-colonized territory are claiming that those historical sites are crucial to the integration of the history of Africa within global history, and that the preservation of archive and manuscript is essential to refute the claim that African history not based on written sources. This claim is driving force behind the recent digitization difficult word, project to preserve the Timbuktu manuscript. The digital collection known as Mali Magic already contains 400,000 pages of document as well as interactive online tools and games of some of the country's most significant historic sites using Google Street View. I put a link in the paper, so if you like to travel there later. So to conclude. The designation of the city of Timbuktu as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1988 was an important step in recognizing Mali's historical contribution to the African and global history. This designation also raised international awareness to the existence of hundreds of thousands of historical manuscripts stored mainly in family and private archive, but also in public and digitized archive. However, the Islamist insurgent group attacked on the city, which included the destruction of archive and manuscript, were a wake-up call to the fact that fragile statehood and political instability are not a safe environment for storing historical documentation. These events are also related to the broader debate among ideological and religious Muslim streams regarding history and what it should include or exclude. And more recently, between what is termed now the Global South and the rest of the world. Thus, the fate of Timbuktu collection of manuscript and archive that store them is both a peculiar case of national, African, and international effort to document and preserve significant heritage asset and remnants of the country's magnificent history, and a reflection of conflicting currents regarding the ownership of history and the dangers they pose to these preservation efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irit, for moving our attention to a different part of archives that are still in civil war. El, please take your place. And we have 30 minutes for questions, comments, but please use the microphone so our friend Susan will be able to hear us as well. Liora. One moment.
Thank you for this, you hear me? For this really fascinating panel. And I wanted to ask Irit some more because it's really interesting. And I want to see
No one will hear you. She will not hear.
Okay. I wanted to ask about the connection between, it's interesting because on the one hand, from international criminal law, we know that the first recognition of the crime of cultural destruction is a war crime, but really as cultural genocide comes from the case of Mali and Al-Mahdi case, right? Mm-hmm. On the other hand, you presented the ongoing struggle over decolonization of African collections from European museums. And these two come together. And I wanted to ask you about it because on the one hand you see that the ICC is recognizing this as a crime. Yeah. On the other hand, the struggle to decolonize is really lagging. And there is did you try to say that there is a connection in a sense that part of the criticism of not decolonizing is that Africa cannot save its culture, and so there is a link between these two developments because I see it's just.
Okay, so thank you for your question. It's really very interesting. I think the example of South Africa, for example, we hear about South Africa these days and another, but South Africa as a leading African power try to lead some kind of effort to reclaim African history to African, like Pan-African ideas from the old time. And the story of this Ahmad Baba Center is one of this, part of this preservation effort, and trying to say that we know how to keep ourselves, our heritage. It's kept for so many years in private, and and family archives, and this is our way, and also to make research center and try to be part of more modern way to preserve the knowledge. But I think what happened recently, and not only here, but for example in West Africa, the anti-French sentiment that suddenly erupted recently is part of this I don't know, maybe some kind of a reawakening of the Cold War. Like we hear something like Bandung conference and all this kind of thing that came from the past about the need to not allow the European colonizer to preserve our history. But as I say, it's not all segments of society, and other people are part of this effort to preserve, for example, this project of Mali Glory, and they are part of it, and they claim that it's important to cooperate with the international organization and institution in the West. So there is a conflicting claim, but I think that what we see now is somehow different from like last decade when we saw the clash between Islamists and other, but now it's wider. I think it's a more, I don't know if secular or something, it's wider audience that joined the claim to reclaim African history and take it out from European colonizer ends.
Yes, Dina. One moment, wait for the mic.
Hi, thank you all so much for these extraordinary papers that work really, really well together, despite vast geographical areas. So I have a kind of a question to Yael and then a comment following your paper. This could be potentially useful to us. So my question is simple. So all these people who are litigating against the federal government and then being rejected or caught cheating, so did they use evidence to substantiate their claims? And if so, what was it? And so for this, so I was really struck that this guy who then got caught says, my signature was forged. And I think it kind of taps into this large question that your paper and your book presumably raises, is that archives are subjective, they're made by people. And even in the 19th century, we see this contemporary post-truth moment that everything can be forged and therefore no evidence can be trusted. And so I'm kind of grappling with this notion of archive as a place of evidence at all. Or the uses of archives that we have to understand the past and form any kind of historical knowledge. So I was curious to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a really wonderful question. I mean, the mid-19th century in the United States is a time of con men and people forging their identities. The United States has never had and still does not have a national forum of identification. And it was a vast country. People moved around and people reinvented themselves and were sort of reinvented in the archives. And I think that maybe has, goes a certain, to a certain extent that explains why they thought they could get away with it, because it's Matthew Jones. How many Matthew Jones are there in the Confederate States? So you're going to argue that it's not you, that it's someone else. I mean, Jonas P. Levi, who sounds Jewish by name and was a traitor and kind of all the stereotypes fit. That's a fairly unusual name. But other names in the 19th century are recurring, and I can certainly see why people approach the government thinking, I'll try to pull this off, and maybe it will work. And the comparing signatures became one of the main tasks of the clerks. is they had the claimants sign documents and show signed documents, show older signed documents, and then that was sent to the archive office, and then you used to compare the signatures. And that was evidence. So basically what the people who were filing claims needed to tell a story about their wartime life that was as sort of detailed and evidence-based as possible. And they filed documents with their application that were supposed to enforce their case, though, you know, it depends who. Ex-slaves who also lost a tremendous amount of property during the war had nothing to show, had nothing in writing, had only a story, and could have witnesses supporting that story. But often the other witnesses were also African American, who were thus, even in a judicial system that did accept testimony by black people, were still considered second-rate witnesses in the same way that they were second-rate everything. So it really is a game of cat and mouse, but it's hard to overstate how valuable the archive is in terms of saving the government tens and tens of millions of dollars. Because some of these claims are actually quite brazen. I mean, British companies that had been known to trade with the Confederacy will then file these gigantic claims, again, assuming that the kind of the paperwork chaos of the war will allow them to squeeze something out of the government. So it's big business in the late 19th century, and really, I think you're really onto something, that it hinges on this sense that identities may be unstable, and that you can tell a story about yourself which may be hard to disprove. The only thing that they're not taking into account, that the federal government has so much paperwork with which it can disprove stories. And so, you know, what they knew about what's in the archive is a good question, which I don't know how to answer, because that's just not the kind of research I did. But thank you.
I have a related question for Professor Sternhell. I'm wondering, there were many examples in the Civil War where, to put it mildly, it would have been tempting to have culled archives, destroyed documents, tampered with evidence. The Order Number 11, General Grant, cases where generals totally failed, the Battle of Fredericksburg, the Alabama claims where there might be a temptation to kind of destroy evidence. And we can go on and on. Do you have any sense of to what degree, after the fact, there was culling of archives to?
I have a lot of anecdotal evidence, but nothing systematic. A lot of documents disappeared. Officers accuse each other of stealing one another's archives. Officers accuse the War Department of destroying the documents by, let's say, generals who were at odds with the War Department during the war, and were questioning decisions made by the Secretary of War. So there's I do spend a lot of time in the book trying to figure out where the missing records went, but not just in the sense of where they went, but how people understand their disappearance and how they place them within a larger framework of what it means to archive a war. And it's, you know, often people will justify the fact that they had lost their records. They will get a letter from the federal government asking them to turn in the records, and they will say, well, I don't have it. And often these are records which they don't want the government to have because they, in fact, do shed a terrible light on mistakes they had made. And sometimes they will send in records and they will say, I'm sending this in, though I know that it will shed a kind of light on me that I would rather not to. So I don't know if there's a way to do this research more systematically, but people were tampering with evidence for sure, both during the war and then when the documents were in the archive. And people, more than anything else, people were hiding things at home and would not hand them in. That I am certain of.
Yes.
I've been thinking in the context of continuous availability of archive material, like the Swedish case that had been undestroyed and unshattered for 300 years or more. And I have a question. Is there a risk that actually archive sources bring us to some kind of a Popperian felony, that is, that they conserve societal structures through their categorizations, and in places where there were no wars and no crisis, this structure is preserved and it also keeps dictating the structure of thinking where from the sources are taken. And maybe in comparison, archives in areas, geographic areas of crisis will be more flexible as to the categorizations of sources and will be more receptive to the changes of time. I would just want to have your reaction upon this. That is, that there is some kind of a Popperian felony in terms of that there is a theory about the world according to which the sources had been gathered and categorized, and this theory about the world actually allows a deduction and not induction from untouched, seemingly untouched archival sources. That's.
Thank you very much. Since I think we'll give the first answer to Suzanne, because I think unlike the other speakers that deal with real war and violence that shatter the archive, your example is more settled because there's no violence against the GDR archive, but there is a change in the archive and appropriation of the material by other government, and then within it you see layers and layers and layers that were untouched and somehow are shed light now. So maybe you can start answering this general question in a situation which is only partially violent.
I understood only parts of the question, so if I'm speaking weird, stop me. But if I understood that correctly, there was a question regarding the integrity of the collection and the way that it came from the GDR into
but in compared to the Sweden example where there was no war at all, and maybe if I understand you well, the archive is more stable, and the archive is more.
But your microphone is on and off, so I can only hear some segments.
The archive is more stable and reflects the societal structure. And in place of war, the social structure is in disarray. But in place like Germany, there is someone in between. Did you?
Again?
In Germany, there's no war between the West and the GDR. There is changing structure of society. Maybe you didn't have.
I don't think this is.
Now it's better? Now it's better? Yeah? Well, if I repeat my comment based on your comment, the DDR archive is not under a violent war. The archival material was revealed by researchers like you and others in a situation where the archive...
Yeah,
Can I?
I think this may be a
Okay.
lost cause to borrow from Southern history.
Okay, sorry.
I mean, I don't. I think you're. Yes, that crises and wars create openings for a kind of archival flexibility in this, in perhaps a similar extent as they create space for archival disappearance and tampering, et cetera, et cetera. And what do we get when we have an archive that exists? I mean, there's just so few peaceful places around the world, right? That I can almost, it's so far from, you know, my mindset that is all about catastrophes and disasters. But yes, there's something about stability and fixed categories that that disappears during wartime. The question is what replaces these categories, and what do we get out of chaos? And chaos is, I like this argument that archival chaos is an opening for kind of new conceptual or epistemological opportunities.
For example, the Russian archive, the Russian pre-revolution archive, is a very nasty mirror to the Soviet interpretation of the world and the Soviet theory about the world. So it preserved the categories, it preserved the societal structures, and in spite of war, it actually allows an ever-present challenge due to its stability. So it is also some kind of contrasting element, because it offers a theory about the world preserved in the categorization of archive material, such as, for example, land holding structures. They are there. And for that reason, the Soviet government actually locked the archives to public until the demise of the Soviet system, because they didn't want this confrontation with this historical mirror. And actually, wars and upheavals and so on notwithstanding, they kept this barrier until the whole Soviet structure evaporated.
Yeah.
And there is a risk of resurrection of this bizarre theory about the world, whereas the archive material still holds that actually mirror that forces a different type of both deduction and different type of induction as viewed through Western lenses. So the structure of material itself can't be viewed as pure and induction friendly. There is a theory about the world.
Okay, any other question? Yes, please.
So thank you so much for these interesting presentations. And sometimes when I think about archives, it's often like archives are their own island and they don't want to cooperate because it's their collections, their documents, etc. So my question is to all three of you, if Suzanne can hear me, if you have any examples of cooperation, of outreach of other archives, an example to Mali, to help the people there, or to connect to other collections and archives which have the same collections like Suzanne presented, or also is there any connection or cooperation to get a more deeper view into the Civil War archives, to extend it beyond these 121 volumes, or what you said?
Susan, did you hear the question?
Should I answer?
Yeah, please.
I don't know. I only hear part of what the questions are about. So Was it about corporations? Well, during the GDR time, there was no cooperation within the archive. And today it's up to us scholars to find out what's in that archive. And it's astonishing, but not many scholars are working with these materials because most of them are in German. And many scholars on the Spanish Civil War focus on Spanish-speaking materials, which is not good. But then the material that you find inside is also in French, as you saw, in English, and also parts of it in Spanish. So cooperation between archives, for instance, between the Central Collection of the Spanish Civil War in Spain is not taking place, which is unfortunate. But due to the restricted budget reality of our days, it will be a continued reality, I'm almost sure. It would be an ideal European, let's say, project for the European Commission, but that's, let's say, on the horizon, but very hard to find. So not yet. That's up to us scholars to make that archive more accessible. I don't know if I answered the question correctly, but that's what I heard. The microphones are all just not working completely, so I only hear bits and parts of the questions and the discussions. I'm very sorry about that.
I think that one kind of cooperation that was discussed in this paper is the cooperation, for example, between archive in Spain and Timbuktu, Golden Age Spain and Toledo, for example, and the connection with the city of Timbuktu. Even I heard recently about a Jewish trader from North Africa that was part of this trans-Saharan trade and arrived to Timbuktu, so there are many options to cooperate, and of course the South African initiative to build some kind of Pan-African historical knowledge and preservation. Yet at the same time, as we speak about places in danger and conflict, this is the situation now in Timbuktu for about 2 decades, and scholars and researchers will not come at this time. So the cooperation is mostly the digital program, and not people coming, as was before, like the tourists that were used to arrive to this area are not anymore there, and also researchers. So it's difficult this day.
So very quickly, actually, a big part of my book is tracing the relationships between War Department archivists and a huge host of collaborators, whether it's individual veterans who were record keepers, but also other historical societies, the New Orleans Historical Society, the Southern Historical Society. There's a whole story there about how the War Department seeks to complete the gaps in its archive, and how it reaches out to other historical organizations collecting records, and the unintended consequences of those new relationships, including the War Department becoming very close with some of the fiercest enemies of the federal government, including the President of the Confederacy, Jefferson Davis, and some of the kind of the hardest core ex-Confederates who, in order to foster this archival relationship and have their records printed by the federal government, were willing to make concessions, and vice versa. The War Department became very lenient and very friendly with people it had once tried to kill or arrest.
We still have 5 minutes, so please. You start. No, start and then Vera.
Thank you. Yeah. I have a question for Irit. You were, I don't know if you know this, but ISIS and other Islamist groups, they're very practically and symbolically try to ruin cultural heritage and every remnant of history that is not Islamist. But Do you have any idea what they do with like modern administrative archives in places that they occupy, or, I mean, do they do the same, or do they use it? Do they?
I don't have a lot of information. I think it's not clear what is going on there. But as Mary Kaldor talked about the new war, there's many insurgent groups, many players in this conflict. And even if some group, is succeed for a while to control some kind of territory, other group come and claim the right to be there. So it's still conflict forces that try to force their presence in a place like Timbuktu, for example. It's still not stable. It's still a very fragile government presence there, and I don't know. Like I told you about this archive of Fondukati that I tried to find out what was the fate of this archive, and I didn't find out nothing. So I think it's not clear. We don't have enough information, and because of the continuing conflict there.
Okay, Vera. Microphone.
Thank you. I think I would prefer to keep my question like rhetoric ones, because until now we managed to talk about archives without mentioning historians, which means that archives were not created for historians. Historians just appeared there at some point. So it's interesting for me, then the debates between the gentlemen historians from American Learned Society and the students of Ranke, professional historians, started in the end of the 19th century. How they reacted to archives, whether the archives was in the middle of their discussions. In the case of German Democratic Republic, I think that actually these documents, which were hidden from the majority of public and were opened only for special part of historians, whether they created a kind of hierarchy of researchers, and how it changed after transfer of these documents to the United Germany. And in the case of Timbuktu, whether historians were involved in decisions what public collections were deposited into the archives. This choice, well, who actually made this decision making? Thank you. But probably it's not necessary to answer now, I don't know.
I have an answer, but I'm happy to. So just very briefly, I actually have a whole chapter about the amateur historians of the Civil War era, and I'm basically arguing that that obsession with archival records was not the purview of the students of Ranke, and in fact the kind of newer scholarship actually shows that Ranke's influence in the United States was not as important as it was once considered. But I think I've been able to at least convince myself that Americans, and especially after the Civil War, during and especially the Civil War, became very attached to archival records because they were fighting against the uncertainty of wartime. And archival records were this kind of anchor that they were trying to hang on to as a way to find themselves in the sea of misinformation that was characteristic and is still a characteristic of large-scale wars. So mid-19th century or late 19th century Americans are attached to archives even without studying in a seminar or going through the university, the German university system. It became a much broader and much more kind of grassroots sentiment at that time.
Maybe add just another sentence that maybe the archive manager that I saw, the director, Didier, is himself an historian, maybe not an academic one, but for sure is family historian. So this is another kind of history that, that is kept in the archive, in the family archive.
Susan, you want to answer Vera's question?
The archive that I talked about, the collection of the Spanish Civil War and the collection of the Institute for Marxism-Leninism was kept entirely and then transferred to the Federal Archive. But on the way, in a project that I'm pursuing actually with a colleague from Tel Aviv University, we found out that the entire audio collection that was there got lost. So the written material, the microfilms that were produced in the 80s, they were preserved, but there was a large audio collection, but all these interviews are gone and nobody knows where they are. This is also true for the audio collection of the German Historical Museum, which is not a small museum and not a, let's say, minor institution in the German context. So as happy as we can be that we have an entire collection preserved in these from these tumultuous times, you know, going from two Germanys to one unified Germany's, a lot was lost. And many institutions that were not continued just threw away all their archival materials. So, and my focus is only on the Spanish Civil War. I'm not a historian of German history. So for their perspective, it's even more. But there was one thing, if I understood it correctly, which was very, very important, and I completely agree. It was not an open archive. So what Teubner could do, he could integrate materials that was, let's say, counter-discursive, if you want to allow me to put it like this, because it was not an accessible archive. So he could create this outstanding collection because it was hidden from the public eye. So the hierarchy that was mentioned in the question before, if I understood that correctly, is indeed very important for him to being able to keep that diverse collection and also the different languages. So he could pass many materials, let's say, behind the eyes of his only German-speaking functionaries. So many of the materials in Spanish that he preserved were problematic for the party line, but nobody could read them apart of him. So that's indeed a very important point that was made, if I understood it correctly.
So there is a role for historian as a subversive actor against hidden archives. Well, in this optimistic note, I think we will finish this session, which was so fascinating. Thank you for the three speakers. And we will meet after the coffee break.
Now we have a longer half-an-hour coffee break, and please be back at 5 p.m.
помешаете мне, то вы помешаете всем остальным. Я сейчас пойду принесу.
Не надо, там есть еще один стул.
Где?
А вот там.
Там далеко от меня.
Ты сидишь здесь. Они אנחנו מתחילים את הפאנל, כן. Окей, טוב, начинаем. Только с микрофоном, да. С микрофоном, значит, мы кончили на связи. Моя штучка куда-то делась, но меня уже получилось. Я еще не вставила.
На английском, да?
Да, да, да. Ты проверь, что у тебя микрофон работает.
Слышно? Everybody hears me? I'm not sure. It does? Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we should commence. Our first speaker at this panel will be Simeon Landers from the University of Notre Dame. Simon has done lots of work on Russian political history, mainly on 1917, mainly on the February Revolution, and I'm very excited to hear his today's talk. Go ahead, please. Should I stand here?
It's
Or
better
sit?
for microphone, yes.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me in the back? Now I have to make sure I can see my notes. Thank you for this brilliant introduction. It was the best introduction I received in a long time, saving time for questions. So I'll try to be as succinct as I could be. I would like to thank the organizers, especially Vera and Mayan and Yasmin and everybody who took part in organizing this very interesting conference. So far it's been extraordinarily interesting. And I have to say that it's very uplifting to come here during these trying times. So thank you for coming. I know it's too late. I mean, it's not too late, but it's late in the day. I'll try to finish my brief presentation in 20-22 minutes, no more. I have a much larger paper which I submitted, so I will read only parts of it to save on time. So the paper is part of a big project that I've been working on for a long time on the political history, rewriting political history of the February Revolution of 1917. And specifically, this paper focuses on the efforts to create the first oral histories of the February Revolution and the role played in this process by the Petrograd-based Society for the Study of the Revolution and its co-founder, a very important Russian historian of the late 19th, early 20th century, Mikhail Alexandrovich Polyeftov. Here, I'll return to the other one in a few minutes. The idea to organize the Society for the Study of the Revolution, of the Russian Revolution, as it was later called, I used abbreviation in the paper SSR, Society for the Study of the Revolution, but the connotation was so disturbing to me, SSR, bordering on USSR, so I probably repeat myself a few times over and say Society for the Study of the Revolution. So the idea for this society, how to organize this society, emerged more or less spontaneously during the first days, very first days of the February Revolution, when professional historians, several professional historians, especially Polyeftov, whom I mentioned, witnessed the massive acts of destruction by fire and looting of the Tsarist police and judicial records on the streets of Petrograd. And so they mobilized their colleagues, many of them untenured professors, untenured faculty at Petrograd University and women's higher educational courses and so on, as well as their students and members of the family, to launch a nationwide effort to document the revolutionary process. First to save the archives, and then really to go beyond that. They appealed to the government for some funding. It took forever for the government, provisional government that is, to respond. So by early April, they began that massive nationwide effort to document the revolutionary process. And I will describe that process briefly later in the paper. I just wanted to say that of the many historical, commemorative, archival societies, investigative commissions, and so on, that mushroomed across the former Tsarist Empire in the immediate post-revolutionary, post-February period, this society, the Society for the Study of the Revolution, represented the most comprehensive effort at collecting and preserving historical materials. It was also the least politicized of all the efforts, led by two noted St. Petersburg historians, Presnikov, who is even more famous, and Polyeftov. Both of them were students of the great Russian historian Sergei Platonov. The society that they organized was not charged with prosecution, with finding the evidence for prosecution. It was not tasked to find a smoking gun that would allow the provisional government to indict its predecessor. The purpose was to collect evidence and put them in an archive, once such an archive is built, and create a new revolutionary archive that would serve future historians. Whatever was deposited there, and I will describe what kind of material went there, was not to be used immediately. So an official announcement was sent out in early April to numerous local libraries and archival commissions, urging the citizens of the new Russia to collect any materials pertaining to the history of the February Revolution. These included documents, memoirs, notes, diaries, personal accounts, books, leaflets, songs, verse, drawings, photographs, advertisements, broadsides, and records of meetings of political and public organizations. Furthermore, the Society for the Study of the Revolution was divided into several sections, each collecting materials documenting the contribution of a particular social, occupational, or political group, the contribution to the revolution, of course. The following sections were formed: soldiers, workers, students, political parties, and the so-called interview commission of the Tauride Palace. Tauride Palace because it was the seat of the State Duma, Imperial Russian Duma, and the headquarters, first headquarters of the revolution. It was also the seat of the Petrograd Soviet, and so on. Polyeftov, on the left, inspired and oversaw the work of the Interviews Commission. And I would say preemptively that for historians, the evidence or the testimonies collected by the Interview Commission proved to be by far the most important section of the Society for the Study of the Revolution. Recorded in the spring of 1917, shortly after the events, but months before the Bolshevik seizure of power, the interviews, or опросы, contain testimonies by leading participants in the February Revolution of diverse political, social, and cultural backgrounds. Just 3 examples, very quickly. There was a very important interview with the chairman, conservative politician chairman of the State Duma, Rodzianko. There was a lengthy and unique, in many ways, I'll describe later why it was unique interview with Kerensky, Alexander Kerensky, then the Minister of Justice, or soon to be the Minister of Justice, later on the Premier, the most famous personality of the provisional government, and the first chairman of the Petrograd Soviet, Georgian Menshevik Chiidze. Hidden away and presumed lost for the better part of a century, the interviews represent the earliest and arguably most reliable oral histories of the fall of the old regime known to historians. In my written part, in my written, much larger paper, I explore the origins and historical significance of the Interviews project by focusing on the individuals and institutions that were responsible for recording and preserving the interviews. In a sense, I could say that this is a history of a large, distinguished, very interesting Russo-Georgian family, whose members included committed monarchists, followers of Karl Marx, and admirers of Alexander Herzen and Nikolai Chernyshevsky. And they also felt equally at home in the imperial capital of St. Petersburg, Petrograd at the time, or in their native Georgia, specifically in Tbilisi. In my remarks, oral remarks here, I would outline the interviewing process only, simply because I think it could be of interest to colleagues and students who are interested in oral history. Perhaps there would be useful parallels. So I apologize, I'm going to read for the sake of clarity, but especially for the sake of time. According to a sample letter which was sent by the Society of the Russian Revolution in early April to prospective interviewees, the Commission sought to interview, and I quote, those participants of the February coup, that's how the February Revolution was called for the first several months actually, who were active during the revolutionary days inside the Tauride Palace, or were involved in informing the temporary committee of the State Duma, the Soviet of Workers' Deputies, and other entities organized inside the Tauride Palace. Again, Tauride Palace was the headquarters of the revolution in the first week at least of the February Revolution. End of quote. The letter further stated that the Commission viewed the material it collected as having exceptional scholarly value and had no plans for its immediate publication. Individual interviewees could opt to keep their depositions barred from public release for a period of time. That period of time was never defined. Later memoir accounts point to 50 years. I cannot confirm that, but that's the only more or less exact figure which was given. The letter concluded by encouraging the addressees to share their recollections by contacting the chairman of the interview commission, Mikhail Alexandrovich Polyeftov, at his private Petrograd address. And the hope was that later on, everything that he collects and his team, so to say, would deposit in the library of the Academy of Science in Petrograd. That never happened, actually. Exactly how many people responded to this appeal remains unknown. But in the end, the interview commission, led by Polyeftov, produced detailed transcripts of 13 complete interviews and several summaries of conversations with such active participants of the February days as the chairman of the Duma, Rodzyanko, the first commandant of the revolutionary Petrograd, the moderate Duma deputy, Boris Engelgard, deputy chairman of the All-Russian Central War Industrial Committee, Mikhail Tereshchenko, deputy Duma speaker and a leading liberal politician, a left-leaning liberal politician, Cadet Nikolai Vissarionovich Nekrasov, Kerensky, of course, and two prominent Mensheviks. One is Chiidzeli, chairman of the Petrograd Soviet, and the other one was Matvey Skobelev, his deputy. And there was also a bunch of military officers, not a bunch, but several who joined the uprising. They also gave their testimonies, and a number of liberal politicians, as well as two historians, untenured, so they were not afraid to give honest testimonies, and a really leading figure in the Russian Revolution, a leading social democrat, Menshevik Irakli Tsereteli, the Georgian social democrat who was related to Polyeftov's wife. I will explain it later. As already noted, for political historians, this was by far the most important section of the Society for the Study of the Revolution. Polyeftov organized the commission, oversaw the interviewing process, and took part in all but one of the interviews. He also recruited his wife, Rusudana Nikoladze, her sister, who is not here on another photograph, Tamara Nikoladze, and some of Tamara's friends and classmates from the Women Pedagogical Institute in Petrograd. Even though they were part of Georgian diaspora, they all went to study in Petrograd and Moscow, in this case in Petrograd. Friends of hers were served as stenographers and interviewers, and her very good friend, the young zoologist Viktor Ivanovich Pavlov, the middle son of the physiologist Ivan Pavlov, was the record keeper of the commission. May 1917 was by far the commission's busiest and most productive period. All but one interview were conducted during that month, beginning on the first day and ending on the last. The interview sessions lasted from anywhere from 1 to several hours, and with the exception of 2 interviews, took place either in the Tauride Palace, the seat of the Duma now, or in government offices, depending on the interviewee's affiliation at the time. Many of those interviewed were already members of the government or would become members of the transitional provisional government. The length of the interviews, which varied greatly, seemed to depend more on the interviewee's readiness to talk than on the prominence of his position. Some were recorded over the course of 2 or more sessions. I'll give you just one example, which I like the most, and it's the most illustrative. This is the interview with the deputy chairman of the Petrograd Soviet, the Menshevik Skobelev. I mentioned him before. His interview was the longest, 3-part sessions, 4 hours. They met well after midnight, going into the early morning. It is extraordinarily informative. And you can see that one of the note takers got so bored that she probably drew his profile. And now it's, of course, part of history. But it's the only one I have with a drawing. Each interviewee was asked about his participation in the revolutionary events. That is from February 25th to March 3rd. From the outbreak of the popular uprising in Petrograd to the formation of the provisional government and the abdications of Nicholas and his younger brother, Grand Duke Michael, that is to the end of monarchical form of government in Russia. Following his initial testimony, the interviewers posed more pointed questions. Although the specific questions were suppressed from the available transcripts, they could be surmised from the interviewee's answer. I give you one, such as this. Detailed instructions, what to ask, how to start a conversation, and so on. Somebody got bored here too, a little bit, but not too much, as you can see. Unfortunately, this is not the only original manuscript of transcript of the testimonies, but there are only 2 of them with drawings, so that's as close as we can get. Okay. Recurring among these questions were the queries on the soldiers' uprising on February 27th, pre-revolutionary conspiracies against Nicholas II, the arrest and initial custody of the most notorious of Tsarist officials and other police, military, and government officials, the formation of the Petrograd Soviet, the formation of the provisional government, and the list goes on, ending with the abdications. As May 1917 witnessed the breakup of the first provisional government and the formation of the first coalition cabinet, some of the more politically involved interviewees were also asked about the events leading up to the most recent crisis, including the so-called Milyukov diplomatic note to the Allies and the April demonstrations in Petrograd. And here mostly they talked to Kerensky, who would become Minister of War in early May, who was Minister of Justice from the minute the provisional government was formed on March 2nd until the first week in May. By and large, however, the interviews remained focused on the February days, and as far as we can determine, the interviewees were not intentionally drawn into making normative evaluations. And that is to underscore my point early on that it was the least politicized commission in that respect. You could guess who the interviewee was, of course, from his answers, but some of the areas will remain gray, and they were not pushed on specific questions, to my regret, of course. Convincing former participants, to historians' regret, convincing former participants to sit down for an interview session was no easy task. The time and effort that went into arranging these sessions varied from interview to interview and from one interviewee to another. Rusudana Polievtova Nikoladze, the wife of Nikoladze, who was a graduate student and a chemist at the time, recalled that those on the left were far less cooperative, and many simply refused to be interviewed, in contrast to those who were more moderate politically. She, by the way, herself was a leftist radical, so there's no political bias in her memoirs in that respect. To take one example, the Petrograd Soviet chairman Chiidze, Nikolai Chiidze, a very prominent Menshevik and a very prominent politician at the time, demanded the questions in advance, had to be chased after, and in general proved difficult to accommodate. Kerensky, on the other hand, the most known personality from 1917 revolution, was genuinely excited about the project. He brought the interviewing team to his office in his ministerial automobile. He was Minister of Justice and was quite expensive, even if characteristically evasive in his deposition. Am I doing okay? I would like to say a word on his testimony. Just as an example, I analyze every testimony this way, more or less. Not everybody as talkative as he was, but nonetheless, just to give a sense. So historians of 1917 have studied, or at the very least commented upon, every major decision Kerensky made while in office. For better or for worse, his place in history is firmly secured as the leading personality in the short-lived provisional government. It was under his watch that Russia was taken over by the Bolsheviks, so the record is not terribly impressive in that sense. At the same time, his role during the February Revolution has received considerably less attention, both from Kerensky himself and from subsequent historians. This is especially striking in view of his unparalleled contribution to the overthrow of the old regime. Nowhere is this contribution more apparent than in his May 31st, 1917 interview with the Polyeftov Commission. Recorded shortly after the events it describes, with his popularity at its height and a record of accomplishments that any revolutionary could proudly call his own, the interview represents Kerensky's earliest, most expensive, and most reliable testimony on the February Revolution, and he produced quite a few. He has yet to defend his policy as a cabinet minister or answer his soon-to-be swelling ranks of critics. He was assured by the interviewers that his testimony would be locked away in an archive and remain inaccessible for decades, which actually was the case. He thus spoke for history, as he himself emphasized at the end of his interview. He displayed no obvious agenda and apparently had very few grudges to grind or scores to settle. Considering his balanced narrative, his measured tone, and a few remarks made in passing, he did not attribute every success to himself or blame every failure on others. He gave credit where it was due and commended or criticized his friends and foes alike. In sharp contrast to his later memoir accounts, he comes across as a forgiving and generous politician of the kind that earned him a well-known contemporary reputation as, I quote, the true and beloved leader of the Russian Revolution. To be sure, Kerensky was a radical, fully committed to a revolutionary, not evolutionary or constitutional change. For him, the February Revolution, that is the overthrow of the old regime, was not an end, but only the beginning of a long transition to a socially just and democratic order. Yet he was no doctrinarian. The Kerensky of the February days demonstrated a rare ability among politicians of his day and background to adjust to the fast-changing revolutionary whirlwind and to lead, or, if the circumstances afforded no better alternative, to be led by the revolutionary crowds. He also comes across as a revolutionary leader of enormous ability, boundless energy and inspiration, someone with acute political instincts who could act swiftly and decisively. Under the extreme circumstances of the moment, these qualities served him well. Small wonder then that his rise to power was so meteoric, or that he commanded such authority among the insurgents during the February days and secured a considerable following among broad segments of the population. In short, his interview should go a long way toward explaining his early successes, thereby modifying the traditional, though not entirely unjustified, image of his later days as a weak leader and a Mandarin and hysterical politician.
Time to conclude.
Time to conclude?
Yeah.
Perfect. I didn't get even through half of it, but that's entirely my fault. I was going to talk about someone else. Okay, let me just then describe the process, perhaps. Just the process itself, very briefly. Each interview was conducted by 3 or 4 members of the interview commission, one leading the conversation and everyone taking notes, minutes. And that's one example. And that's a really incredible example. Our first page of many pages of Kerensky testimony. You can see it's written Kerensky in shorthand. So it would have to be deciphered later on and expanded. It's a real, actually, a real transcript, a copy, of course, digitized copy of the real transcript. Okay, all transcripts were then read and compared, corrected and transcribed into an aggregate master version. This, depending on the circumstances of the moment, would normally be accomplished on the day of the interview or shortly thereafter. I'll just skip things and conclude that once the aggregate versions were presented, put together, I should say, they were given to Poilievtov, the historian, who would edit them, but not for no changes, only stylistic changes in the format, no content alteration. I verified against every single transcript which was available and compared. There were no changes of any kind. Something that I didn't put in the written version, but I think it is important to mention, Poilievtov then tried to write the very first history of the February Revolution based on the interviews. And there is a draft of that, not entirely successful or persuasive, but it is the first known attempt actually to write. He didn't publish, he didn't finish, and so on. Once everything was collected, the last interview took place on June 7th, 1917. It's time to go to Dacha. This is Russia. Everybody was leaving Petrograd, regardless of the important historical work they were doing. So Poilievtov got up, took the manuscripts and transcripts and so on with him, hoping that he would edit it. And he went to south of Russia, and from there, things happened, of course, in September and October of 1917. His family continued on to their homeland, to Georgia. He already had a son who would become later a nuclear physicist and so on. The transcripts were taken along, apparently. In any case, by October of 1917, all transcripts were out of Petrograd, and they stayed with the family. They never went anywhere, and they stayed since 1921. Soviets took over Georgia in March of 1921. Since that time, the family moved because it was a distinguished family with connections in the socialist world, especially. They were not, none of them was prosecuted under Stalin, but since then, the manuscripts, and they look pretty much like the folder I saw when I came there in 2006, this way. They were kept in one room, the same room. This is Rusodana, who lived to be 90-some, early 90s. And in the same drawer of the same desk of Polyeftov, they never gave it to the archives. They, of course, considered doing it, but it's a long story. And there they stayed until 2006, when I was given a full access. And as some of you may know, I published an English translation of the key interviews, not all of them, and a full Russian edition of all transcripts is coming out early next year. I apologize for taking that long, and thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is a colleague, Dina Moyal. Dina's research focuses on Russian and Soviet legal history and the role of legal mechanisms in realizing social and political goals. Her first project discussed the policy of... Sorry? It's not working? I think I can be heard anyway, no? So what should I do?
Just talk to the microphone.
Ah, okay. Okay. So I was saying Dina's first project discussed the policy of socialist legality under Khrushchev and Brezhnev. In her new research, Dina examines political trials and legal processes which took place at major transitional moments in Russian Soviet history, from 1917 revolution to the process of the Communist Party in following the disintegration of the USSR. Looking forward.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone, and I'm really excited to be part of this conference. And I want to thank, first of all, to thank those who came from abroad. This is really, I really appreciate it, and I'm honored to have a discussion together with them. I also know that we'll discuss this in length, but I still want to mention again and say that the events of October 7th and the war in Israel are always on our mind. And actually, the events only stress, again, the crucial role of documenting and collecting testimonies and evidence, and the importance of doing this not necessarily by the state or by the institutions. So this is important for a variety of reasons, honoring the memory of the people murdered, keeping historical records, supporting legal claims. Also, a last note before I start is that just to say that almost 2 years ago, Ukraine started doing the same thing and collecting evidence of the war they are experiencing. So our panel today deals with archives which emerged in times of revolution. And as I see it, all three papers have an important thing in common. This people's awareness that they were living through extraordinary times, times they should document and memories they should record. And historical consciousness, it seems, characterized all the participants of the events, not only professional historians. Some of it due to revolutionary ideas, but not only. And in a way, this was public history in making before this term acquired this contemporary disciplinary standing. It was public history because historians cooperated with the public in documenting the revolution, and because the purpose of recording the events was in many respects to create a narrative for the public, a comprehensive story of the turbulent times, and they were turbulent indeed. In 1917, 2 revolutions took place, one in February, which led to the end of the rule of the Romanov dynasty and the abdication of Tsar and Nicholas II, and the Bolshevik Revolution of October, which eventually led to the establishment of the Soviet state. So this means that people were living through a continuing crisis. And in a way, if they wanted to record things, they would have to assess every day anew the narrative they were writing. So unlike maybe the heroes of Simeon's talk, where the initiative of the project lies with historians who focus on documenting the February days specifically, and they were interviewing leaders, etc. The heroes of my research and the initiators of the collections that I study are actually mainly jurists. They belonged to the Special Extraordinary Commission of Inquiry, whose goal was not to study the February events, but rather to investigate the old regime, to study the malfeasance of Tsarist ministers and high-ranking officials. So, officially speaking, these jurists were supposed to bring closure to this old regime. So where did this commission come from? The commission was the initiative of the newly established provisional government, which was formed following the February Revolution and the abdication of the Tsar. And this government was comprised of Duma members and representatives of economic and social organizations, and was supposed to rule Russia until a constituent assembly was elected and a new regime was established. In the meantime, it had to deal with the war, with protests of workers, with extreme revolutionary parties. Most of them were represented in Soviet councils. The Petrograd Soviet was there in Petrograd, and these two powers were kind of called the dual power that was situated between these two bodies, the government and the Soviet. So already on March 4th, 1917, only 2 days after the February Revolution, the provisional government decided to set up a special commission that would investigate the illegal actions of former ministers and high-ranking officials of the Tsarist regime. The commission was formed as a subdivision of the new Ministry of Justice, headed by Kerensky, and it was given a wide authority to arrest, investigate, and acquire any evidence necessary for realizing its goal. And this decision set in motion a 10-month-long activity of collecting, questioning, and analyzing an enormous amount of material on the modus operandi of Tsarist ministers, their officials, and administration. In the course of its work, it has interrogated about 60 ministers and officials, and plus dozens of other witnesses. And it acquired thousands of documents. All these comprised later a collection that sits in the former Soviet state archives, now Russian state archives. So the original purpose of the commission and its formation situate in the legal world. And officially, it's kind of supposed to lay grounds to legal proceeding and trials. However, in practice, the outcome was completely different. And out of the 60 officials, only 2 were tried. All the rest were released on bail or even without it. Although officially it was dissolved only after the October Revolution, already in early October, many workers were released from their posts, and the draft report of the commission that was under process somewhere in September looked more like an historical account than a legal indictment. So indeed, we have here, so the most significant outcome was actually this collection of documents of the actions, the interviews, and the interrogations of the Tsarist ministers. And actually, it was accused for being this failed commission, which did not reach anything. Part of the collection of interviews was published in the mid-1920s by someone who was actually responsible for the Tsarist police records. But this strange outcome, I believe, deserves an investigation. On the one hand, it had a very clear goal, a legal goal, but on the other hand, no outcome. So why did this happen? Is it because the commission did not fail to collect the necessary evidence? Was it a legal problem? What was the problem there? And how can we answer that? So thinking about archives, what I actually thought was that if we study the files that actually organized the work of the commission, how it approached these the questioning of the interrogatees. What were the goals? What was the plan and practice of asking the questions? How did they frame them? I think this could lead us to actually understanding what was the true goal of this commission, not the declared one, which the commission did not reach. Now, I'm not sure from what I read that there was actually one answer to this question, but at least I think that if we examine the practices, we would get a bit closer to the real answers. So what should be collected? What documents? What testimonies? Who should be interrogated? What is the group? What high-ranking officials? What is high-ranking? What ranks? What are they supposed to do? What is the legal framework? Does the commission have the authority to try these people, to warn them? How should we go about it? And what did the commission think it should do? So, but before I start kind of giving you the examples, or at least some excerpts of these files, I want to set this kind of 3 theoretical kind of approaches that I thought were relevant here. In a way, some of them, at least one of them, that tie well with what Professor Leora Bilski started doing before, and so some of them, I think, work together. So one thing I thought about was, again, what I mentioned before, is public history. This discipline that developed significantly in the last, let's say, 3 decades. But as I want to see it, or as I see these archives, I think, in a way, this extraordinary commission was already dealing with public history, not declaring it, not studying it, but actually practicing it. And I think this effort of collecting, of building history through meeting the people, the participants, a mixture of legal and historical discipline, and researching it, yes, for the purpose of presenting something to the public was important. The second approach that I see is seeing law as a literary text, which has to approaching to law or to legal documents as literary texts, which have to have a narrative and a moral framework. Walter Benjamin's approach and Hayden White's approach to narrative in history encourage us to focus on legal proceedings, not only through the articles, the legal articles, but actually through looking at the story that is behind them. So I think these materials, although allegedly they are legal ones and supposed to lead us to court, actually lead us to other different directions. So in a way, the activities of the commission between the 2 revolutions, the collection process and the selection of specific documents and testimonies serve not only the legal task of convicting a group of people, but actually a much broader purpose of establishing a documented narrative that would explicate and justify the revolution by presenting the flaws of the Tsarist rule. And the third approach, which again, I have this temporary gap, but I think it's worth thinking about it, is the approach of transitional justice. And although the term was developed as a specific legal term only in the 90s, elements of transitional justice, criminal prosecution, fact-finding, inquiries, reparations, we can actually find it earlier. And the Nuremberg trial is no doubt one of them before it was named as such. So one of the ways I'm thinking about this project is how do states go about regime changes. And I think that this committee was, in a way, a form of transitional justice for that period. Okay, so if we go back to the to the official framework, the declared goal of the commission was actually to investigate the illegal actions of former ministers and high-ranking officials of the Tsarist regime. But this is a very vague definition. You could take it different directions. What ministers, what ranks, what are the legal articles, what is the authority of the commission at all. And the people of the commission, which actually were comprised of about 100 people who worked in the Winter Palace in order to investigate and collect these materials. So they had dozens of investigators, they had typists, they had couriers who were running around the city and calling, bringing people. This was a whole operation in the Winter Palace. So the first meeting, one of the first meetings it had on March 17th, they started discussing this question of, okay, who are they going to target? And at the beginning, it seemed that, okay, they have a plan. They had grouped the officials into a number of groups, ministers first, then high-ranking officials. But quite soon, we see that the discussion goes in a completely different direction. Suddenly, we see that Muravyov, who was the head of the commission. Next to him, there were a group of another 9 jurists. Together, they comprised the main commission to discuss the evidences. So he said he warned against the chaos that was taking place in the streets everywhere, and the people that were actually arrested and detained by different groups during the revolution. And actually, this hints to the fact that we have a question here of whether the commission was managing itself or the consequences were managing the attention of the committee and focusing it on different people, completely different people from those it planned to interrogate from the start. So in the first days of the revolution, between February 26th and March 3rd, thousands of arrests took place in Russia. In Petrograd alone, hundreds of former ministers and army officers were actually suspected of collaborating with the Tsarist regime, and they were detained by protesters and by the newly established guards. And the description of, here we can see the pictures of the demonstrations and what was going on in the February days. So Milyukov, the head of the leader of the cadet party, and he was appointed the Minister of Foreign Affairs, says in his memoirs that while all these measures for the creation of a new order were being taken place, the physiognomy of the Taurid Palace, where the Duma, the Russian parliament was sitting, actually changed completely. The gates of the palace were locked, but from morning on, the Duma building was infiltrated mainly by pure people, the intellectuals who had something to do with politics. At that moment, but later on, a shot rang out, and from the guard room, they carried out an officer of the Duma guards by his hands and legs. He was guilty of having worn a uniform. No long before that, the chief of the guards, also in uniform, dashed into the semicircular hall, begging us to protect him. They had asked him whether he was for the people or against the people, and he didn't know what to answer. So we see here a situation where a group of the new leaders is trying to build a new regime, but at the same time, we have the guards and the people arresting others, and actually these Duma representatives need to protect these officers. This idea of protection also bothered Kerensky, and he admitted, at least this is what he says in his memoirs. I haven't compared this with what he said between February and October, so I'm taking... You should. I should. Yeah, but he had to kind of justify the fact that he joined the government despite the objection of the Soviet, of the revolutionaries. And he says, you know why I did it? I did it because I was worried for all these people, the ministers who would be arrested and lynched. So I had to join there as a minister of justice. I won't read the long quotes, but he says that I should mention that at that time, many Duma deputies did not realize how deep were the worth and indignation of the masses in Petrograd against the chiefs and representatives of the old regime. So this was on his mind when he joined as the Minister of Justice, and he joined in, and then he compiled a list of his own of who should be arrested, what should we do with these people. Some of these people were detained, they were put in a specific some specific rooms in the Duma. Later on, they were actually put in the Petrograd, in the Petropavlovsk fortress, where just days before that, the revolutionaries, the left-wing revolutionaries, were held. So they just switched places, and someone was supposed to guard those and then question them. And people were sent from Petrograd to question them. So we have, on the one hand, these kind of the street is dictating who they're going to question, and at the same time, Muravyov announced that he was accepting complaints by people who want to write to this commission. And suddenly this commission became this grievances address for whatever is going on or went on under the Tsarist regime. So this, I think this public history kind of element is we can see it quite well in this interaction. But parallel to that, we have the questions about the legal framework of the commission. What is it supposed to do? Question who and under what authority? Some people said that, well, actually this commission is equal to the Tsarist police, so it can warn the detainees. But at the same time, if we're using that Tsarist law, does the Tsarist law have any articles or provisions against what they did? How are we going to try them? They only followed the law, right? Others actually said, no, we're not bound by anything because the provisional government got all the authority from the Tsarist regime. So the debate there, we start seeing how the members of the committee are looking at different directions of how they should go about this task. So Sokolov from the SR, the Revolutionary Party, says, our view should include not only crimes of the former regime, but also actions which contradict our conscience and are directed against the interests of the people. We should collect all this material and decide later what should be done with it. Okay? So he feels completely free to collect whatever he wants. On the other hand, someone else said, well, we should differentiate between two existing goals of our activity. We should commence with political investigations where we are not restricted by the criminal code. If in the course of the investigation we find any crimes, then we'll put together recommendations for another committee. But then Muravyov, the head of the commission, summarized it very interestingly. From the political point of view, to interrogate every action to its root within the limits of the 20th century. So suddenly it's not only the 7 years or the certain period of time that's the statute of limitation, but within the 20th century. However, from the criminal perspective, to investigate what is still within limitation law. We should remember that we are conducting not only a criminal investigation, but a political one too. And I think that this the statement opens a new path of looking at the documents. And after I read that, I suddenly, when I continued reading the files, I suddenly saw these kind of dual or even multifaceted approach of the committee to its own goal, not only legal investigation, but also historical committee. And now I'll give you another 2 examples of why I think there is this kind of dual approach, and then I'll wrap up. So one interesting example that I found, we could see through the people the committee invited to give it advice. So it had a committee of jurists to advise on legal matters, but actually Muravyov decided to invite their 3 people to the commission. One was Shogrev, who was actually a literary historian and then responsible for the collection of the police files that they were trying to collect in Petrograd. So he was a historian. But he was doing these practical, on-the-ground issues. Along with him, he invited a jurist, someone specializing in criminal law. And finally, he invited, so the jurist was gotten, and he invited Yevgeny Viktorovich Terle, who is a renowned historian of the past history of Europe. And Terle said, when he was invited, your commission is performing a most important historical task. An historian of profession could only be sincerely grateful if he is given the right or assigned the duty of participating in whatever way needed in your work. The last moment, I want to give you, is Muravyov's address to the Soviet towards the end of the work of the committee, when they were actually wrapping up the report. And interestingly, he is not sending this report to the provisional government. Well, by the time the report was almost ready, there was no provisional government, but he is interested in going to the Soviet and telling them the story he discovered in these interrogations. And he's saying the Commission's work is a matter of primary significance, or in any case of an extremely high historical importance, right? So he is a jurist. He chairs a legal commission, but he is always aware of the historical role. So these proceedings are unique not only due to the crimes investigated, but mainly because the history of mankind, at least in the last 100 years, hasn't been ministers taking the defendant's seat. What is important is the sum total of people's actions, the historical picture of the life of the leading class and the government in power in the last days of the existing old regime. Okay, so to wrap up, as I see it, one of the problems with this commission is because it was not ready to limit itself to the strictly legal goals. It wanted something broader. And because it wanted something broader, it was less interested in trying this or that person. This is why eventually these people were released. This regime and the commission was interested in the history of the events through a certain legal perspective. And as a result, it was more interested in indicting the regime than indicting the people. So if we look at it from this perspective, we actually see that it was performing more a function of this transitional justice. It was searching for the truth. It was, in a way, this truth commission. In a way, it focused on certain legal perspectives in order to help make this transition from a faulty regime and a flawed regime to a better regime that we're going to teach the new government how to act. So these are my thoughts, and now I have to go and actually read every file and see how they really interrogated it. But I think that the framework is kind of interesting and ties in with the archival discussion here.
Thanks, Dina.
Thank you, and sorry for the time.
Okay, our first speaker is Vera Kaplan. She's also a colleague, teaches Russian history at the History Department in Tel Aviv. She's a specialist on 19th century history and the Russian Revolution. Vera published an important book on the Imperial Historical Society in the late 19th century, and then transitioned to work on historians during the turbulent times of 1917. And I understand that now you're researching the Prague archives as well. That's the third project that I'm aware of. Please, Vera.
Thank you very much. While opening my PowerPoint presentation, okay, it's going to take a little time. Okay, since I'm the very last speaker today, I think it's possible to say that this workshop really takes place. And it was not that clear, even in the recent days, during all this period of preparation. And actually, this event is possible due to two wonderful personalities, Maayan Nahari, administrative director of the Abraham Center for International and Regional Studies, and Yasmin Sagol, our devoted assistant. And they worked just literally days and nights in order to make everything working and smooth and just functioning. Thank you very much. And I should say that Maayan is not only talented administrator, she is also a researcher, she is PhD candidate, and she will talk on one of our panels and will present her research. And Yasmin is also a MA student. I'm not aware about the particular topic of her future study, but I'm sure it will be based on the archives. I have no doubts. And my presentation today is focuses on the establishment and the first year of existence of the Russian Historical Archive abroad, which was founded as the Archive of the Russian Immigration in 1923 in Prague and operated there until 1945. Then its rich collections were transferred to the Soviet Union. It is a part of the larger project, as Igor said, and this project concerns the attempts to create Russia abroad as an alternative to the Soviet Russia in the 1920s and the interaction between the two Russias. My assumption is that the archive became one of the centers of the Russian immigrant community and that its activity contributed to developing a new model of the modern archive as such. In this paper, I seek to answer some basic questions. For example, who founded the Archive of the Russian Immigration and how? Why did it emerge in Prague? When and why was it renamed the Russian Historical Archive abroad? And what does the new name imply? The main question, however, is how this archive functioned and what impact its modus operandi had on its public status. However, before presenting the initial answers to this question, somewhat should be said about the broader historical context in which the Archive of the Russian Immigration was founded. As a result of the revolution in Russia, and mainly the emergence of new states from under the rebel of the Tsarist Empire, and not only Tsarist Empire, Habsburg Empire also, the issue of archives became both urgent and politicized. The peace treaties between Soviet Russia and the newly created Baltic states, I try to move here, okay, you can see them, Finland and Poland paid special attention to the mechanism of exchange of archival materials. This exchange was supposed to be implemented by the states and was based on the existing perception of the archive as a state institution. This perception even intensified after the years of war and revolution, which caused irreparable damage to some of the archives. Here, actually, the scene of burying the archive of the police department in Petrograd, and its title is a quotation from one of these interviews, when the protagonist of the interview asked people, "What are you doing?" And the answer was, "Only an archive is burning. Big deal." It's not that important. And from this perspective, the very idea of creating an archive without state control and protection seems barely feasible and challenged the widely accepted perception of the archive's purposes. Yet, it was very much in line with the notion of Russia abroad as conceived by the refugees from the Soviet Russia, who were convinced that the Bolshevik would not be able to retain power for a long time, and in order to be prepared for the moment when the eventual collapse of the Soviet regime would enable their return to the homeland, the post-revolutionary immigrants established cultural and social institutions similar to those that had existed in pre-revolutionary Russia and intended to be temporary substitute for them. Such institutions included an archive, whose goal was originally seen as documenting the history of the Russia abroad, which was expected to be rather short. So from the outset, the archive was intended to record ongoing events, a task that went far behind the archive's traditional role, but seems to be the logical continuation of the developments that took place during the revolution and what Professor Landers and Dr. Maya talked about just now. The establishment of the archive of the Russian immigration was initiated by two immigrant voluntary associations. The Russian Academic Group, which was set up by immigrant scholars with the support of their British, French, and German colleagues, and by the Committee of the Union of the Zemstvos, which were Russian institutions of local power, and the Union of Towns, usually called by the Russian abbreviation Zemgor. Zemgor was originally founded in Russia in 1915 in order to contribute to the war efforts and was re-established in Paris in 1921 under the name of the Russian Zemstvo and Towns Relief Committee. Zemgor became the leading Russian aid agency in the interwar period and also took responsibility on the Russian schools abroad. In practice, it was the cultural and educational department of Zemgor that established the archive of the Russian immigration in Prague in March 1923 and initially subsidized it. Prague has become the academic and scholarly capital of Russia abroad as a result of the so-called Russian Action, launched by the Czechoslovak government in 1921 with direct involvement of Thomas Masaryk, its first president. Actually, it was an extensive humanitarian and political project that provided residence and financial support in Czechoslovakia for Russian immigrants. In the beginning, Zemgor attempted to model the archive on the immigrant libraries that had existed as voluntary associations in the Russian political immigration since the late 19th century, and the aim was just serving the local immigrant communities. When these efforts failed to bear fruit, the Zemgor changed its approach and in September 1923 appointed one of its own members, Vissarion Yakovlevich Gurevich, to the post of the archive's executive director, charged with the task of launching the archive's work and, first and foremost, collecting materials. Gurevich is one of the personalities on this picture, but I don't know who is it. I've never seen his photo, his portrait. Gurevich was neither a historian nor an archivist. Actually, he had a degree in law. But actually, he was a revolutionary, and his rich biography included not only years of illegal activity as a member of the Socialist Revolutionary Party, but also a brief but extremely intense period of involvement in the higher level of politics in 1917 and membership in a number of anti-Bolshevik organizations during the Civil War. Upon receiving the new post in Prague, he discovered that half a year after its official establishment, the archive was still in, as he said, embryonic conditions. There were no documents or, as Gurevich put it, archival materials per se, apart from a small number of Russian and Czechoslovak periodicals. There were no connections with any emigre publishers and no plan of work. The main reason for such a dismal situation was simple. The archive had no place of its own and lacked the most basic conditions for keeping its materials. There were no shelves, tables, or folders. Mobilizing his previous administrative experience, Gurevich managed to resolve the most immediate practical goals, and in October 1923, the archive moved to its own space, a small but separate room on Vestigov Street. Providing the basic physical conditions for the future archival collections enabled Gurevich and his first colleagues to undertake the next step. First, we requested various immigrant organizations to provide the archive with their printed materials and periodicals, and started to collect immigrant newspapers and journals, including those that had already ceased to appear. In late spring 1922, Gurevich wrote proudly that the archive had established connections with almost all immigrant publishers, including those in America and the Far East. This means that already at this stage, the archive was becoming a kind of hub that brought together numerous but frequently short-lived immigrant newspapers and journals representing various factions of the Russian immigration. Their publishers being included in the archival collection signified their recognition by the evolving Russian cultural hegemony, which can explain why the majority of the immigrant periodicals started to send copies to the archives free of charge. However, by being brought together, they actually created this hegemony, while the archive's connection with the publishers and editorial boards of various periodicals delineated the imagined map of the Russian immigrant world. Gurevich explained this focus on the contemporary press by the limited facilities of the archive, but it was very much in line with the vision of the archive's basic goal as monitoring the life of the immigration. However, collecting periodicals that no longer existed opened a window to dealing with the recent past, and the archive's involvement with history deepened when it started to acquire proper archival materials. Thus, then General Trofimov offered to transfer to the archive the records of his regiment from the period of the Civil War. No questions arose. However, when Gurevich obtained a number of leaflets from the Far East via his previous connections, that is, illegally, it took time for the archive to decide whether documents of unclear provenance could be accepted. The final conclusion was that there were materials of great importance which Gurevich has received confidentially, a formulation that downplayed their illegal status. What is remarkable is what the description of the acquisition procedure that appears in the archive documents mentioned. What is remarkable with the description of the acquisition procedure that appears in the archives documents mentioned only in passing the distinctive and the most important element of the archive structure, its network of agents, which grew steadily in the course of the 1920s. Their task was to locate, identify, assess, and acquire materials that could be of interest to the archive. Not all the agents can be identified, but some of them were highly distinguished personalities. Thus, the agent is Berlin. In 1923-1925 was Boris Nikolaevsky, a legendary archivist of the Russian Revolutionary Movement that had been one of the organizers of the Soviet archival system and later a curator of his own collection at the Hoover Institution on War, Revolution and Peace at Stanford University. In 1917, Nikolaevsky had taken place in preparing materials for the extraordinary commission that Dr. Mayal talked about, and in January 1922, when he, together with some other prominent Mensheviks, was expelled from Russia, he managed to write a short note to Pavel Shogolev, a fellow archivist with whom he had worked since their cooperation in the Extraordinary Commission. Just some hours before his departure to Berlin, Nikolaevsky wrote, in various quotations, "In Germany I will, of course, need to earn a living. Would it be possible to arrange something during the Museum of Revolution? I would be perfectly capable of organizing the collection of publications issued abroad, old and new. I could set up the search in emigre archives, etc. I will have sufficient connections for that. But of course, money is needed. Would the museum be able or willing to do something?" Actually, he was expelled by the revolutionary government, and he approached to the Museum of Revolution. Indeed, shortly after Nikolaevsky's arrival in Berlin, he took part in some publishing projects, including the short-lived journal Chronicle of the Russian Revolution, which was oriented to the blossoming Soviet book market, a practice that was widespread in these years. In 1923, Nikolaevsky started to work for the Marx Engels Institute in Moscow from Berlin, locating the unpublished documents of Marx and Engels in the archive of the German Social Democratic Party. This collaboration continued until 1931, and officially Nikolaevsky remained a Soviet citizen until that year. Nikolaevsky's Soviet ties were no secret for his employees at the archive of the Russian immigration, but they were seen as a benefit rather than a disadvantage. They especially appreciated his connections among the Russian and European Social Democrats. Gurevich, who visited Nikolaevsky in July 1924, enthusiastically informed his colleagues in Prague about a preliminary agreement with the representatives of the Bund regarding the acquisition of its archive for the remarkably cheap price of $12,000. Rumors about this agreement had serious reverberation in Soviet Russia. There's a notorious part, the Commission of the History of October Revolution and the Russian Communist Party, was trying to lay its hands on all the materials on the history of the revolutionary movement. A representative of the Lenin Institute in Moscow, who had also negotiated with the Bund on the acquisition of its archive, informed his colleagues in Moscow that this valuable archive has been bought by the archive of the Russian immigration. He defined this very young archive as a very serious rival, which had succeeded while we are sleeping and we have no money. Also, in the end, the Bund's archive was not sold either to the archive of the Russian immigration or to the Lenin Institute. The practice of mobilizing political connections for acquiring collection of documents became prevalent in Gurevich's archival policy. Especially successful was Gurevich's visit to Paris in the same year, but his negotiations there were organized according to the principle of his counterpart's party affiliation. During only 4 days in Paris, Gurevich managed to secure the receipt of the archive of the Social Revolutionary Party, and its transfer via Czechoslovakia embassy, was promised interesting materials and recommendation to American Jewish anarchist organizations by Maria Goldsmith, one of the main figures of the anarchist movement of the early 20th century, and was given the editorial documents of the journal Contemporary Notes, very influential among Russian socialist immigration. Interestingly, unlike the Bund case, Gurevich's informal reports of his Paris deals mentioned no money. Why were the impressive number of emigre political organizations willing to deposit their records in the archive of the Russian immigration? In the unstable conditions of emigre life, this may have been seen as a kind of guarantee for preserving their institutional history. the expansion of archives collections and growing density of its ties with various emigre bodies strengthened its significance and its reputation among the emigre public. The result of this, however, was rather contradictory. First and foremost, the archive of the Russian immigration became an address for those who found themselves without any means for livelihood and whose only capital was materials but could be of any interest to the archive. In a sense, the archive was forced to act as a welfare service, while Gurevich found himself torn between the desire to help fellow emigrants in need and the opportunity for profitable bargain. The other result was growing criticism of Gurevich's archival policy by both Zemgor and the emigre press. As early as April 1924, the influential emigre newspaper Rul, or rather, one of those that the archive was collecting at this time, published a report from a Zemgor meeting at which the archives administration was sharply criticized for political bias. As one of the participants in the meeting claimed, the archive was becoming a narrow partisan undertaking. There were no criteria for purchasing materials for the archive. There were no academic commission to supervise study of the collected documents, and what was worse, the archive still had no statute. This situation, Rule pointed out, contradicted the principles on which the archive was supposed to be based, that it was to be a non-political body, not affiliated with any political party, and whose administration was to include representatives of the different currents of the Russian immigration. The newspaper noted, however, that the criticism was accepted positively, and all the defects would be corrected, and in particular that the archive would be reconstructed on a non-partisan basis. Indeed, the criticism stimulated a process of changes in the archive of the Russian immigration. There was a suggestion to rename it into the archive of the Russian social movement, but very soon another name was suggested, the Russian Historical Archive Abroad. That happened during the work on the archive statute, and as the author of the draft of the statute explained, the new name stemmed from the desire to give the archive a broader, more comprehensive, and appealing definition, and was to strengthen its status vis-à-vis other similar projects. The reference to the other projects placed the archive not only within the network of emigre organizations, but also within the international network of archives, which included such disparate bodies as the Hoover War History Collection at Stanford University and the Museum of the Ukrainian Liberation Struggle, whose establishment, initiated by Ukrainian emigre diplomats, was under consideration by the Czechoslovak government in those very months. And according to this scheme, there was another project which was short-lived, some of them still absolutely unknown, but it was a process of creating different archival projects. As evident from the documents of the Archive of the Russian Immigration, one of the aims of its transformation into the Russian Historical Archive Abroad was to secure its central place in this evolving network. An important aspect of this transformation was a new, more sophisticated way of how it presented itself to the emigre public, as demonstrated by an announcement it published in Russkaya Gazeta, that is Russian newspaper, in July 1924. This document is interesting in several respects. First, and you can see it here on the slide, it presented the archive as a scholarly institution dedicated to preserving historical sources. But since it had begun by collecting materials on ongoing events, it had developed a modern approach to the historical sources as such, while made it legitimate to collect and even create documents about what's happening here and now, not necessarily in the distant or recent past, and to include all kinds of materials and visual items alongside printed and written documents. The emphasis on the scholarly character of the archive also had important implications, since such an institution was intended to be autonomous. In the announcement, the concept of autonomy can be discerned in its attitude to the issue of secrecy, which was usually a prerogative of governmental bodies. At the same time, the archive's interest in receiving documents of liquidated institutions indicates that, like other emigre bodies in the 1920s, the archive was intended to contribute to the rebuilding of future governmental structures in post-Bolshevik Russia. There are two preliminary conclusions that can be drawn from this very incomplete history of the establishment of the Russian Historical Archive abroad. The first one is that the establishment of the archive contributed to fashioning a new model of the archive. This model assumed that voluntary associations as institutions of the public sphere could establish their own archives to serve the interest of civil society, not necessarily of the state. The Russian Historical Archive abroad can be seen as a version of this model. The second conclusion is related to the status of the Russian Historical Archive abroad as an emigre archive. The history of its establishment demonstrates the important role that such an archive can play in the formation of a diaspora community, especially if the latter is dispersed among different host society. I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Vera. We have some time for discussion. Please. Yes.
Expose its deficiencies, but it seems to me that in its quest to find some kind of a historical legitimacy, it might be also seeking the obverse and not only to dig the grave of the old regime, but to seek something, maybe I'm wrong, redolent of Stolypin reform, that is the last Mohican movement, that is going to seek a legitimacy which cannot be any longer anchored in Svod Zakon of the Article 32, to obey the Tsar is ordained by God. This is a secularized movement, but it seems some kind of historical government of savants, a Saint-Simonian government. Could it be something, an interim procedure that still would impute or seek for a legitimacy base that is going to make the dialogue between the acquiring human capital Soviets and the, let me say, the insufficiency of the Tsarist government in the face of First World War calamity. That is,
I think that's enough. Thank
to
you.
see a transition.
Is there a question at the end of
This is a
this?
question.
Okay. We'll collect your questions and then, but yeah, please.
I have two questions for Vera. Number one, do you have any idea of what was the attitude or the connection, say, between the Jewish emigres based in Paris, like Vinaver and Slesberg, towards the Russian Emigre Archive? And the second question, and this is very speculative, is that there were, during the interwar period, there were very close connections between Soviet intelligence and the Czechs. when the Gestapo wanted to feed information about Tukhachevsky to Stalin, they fed information to the Czechs, knowing that it would be transmitted to Moscow. It seems common sense that the Soviet government would try to penetrate the Emigre archive or use the Emigre archive. I'm wondering if there's any evidence to that effect.
If I can answer, I'm going to forget. Sorry. So if I can answer these questions. First of all, regarding connection with Jewish activists in Paris, I think there were such connections. The representative of the archive in Paris was Osip Minor. He was a veteran socialist revolutionary, and he was head of the Paris Association for aid to the political prisoners in Russia. And in this activity, almost all of these people were involved in different ways. So I guess I still can't say something specific about it. Regarding this double connection, yes, it's the main idea of my project. Actually, the representative of the Soviet state in Prague was Roman Jakobson. In the beginning, actually, he was representative. He was favorable representative. Then he turned into the emigre himself. But there are different personalities, and it was absolutely normal, like in Nikolaevsky case, just to work for Moscow, to work for Prague, for Berlin. So I guess not only the historical archive abroad, almost each emigre organization was used, or at least Soviet secret services tried to use it as a channel for influence, for just transferring information or for collecting information. And the story of trust organization, which actually was, it was just a project of the Soviet Secret Service, a kind of underground white organization in Russia, which aim was just to collect more people and to arrest them, to collect the information about the people, to arrest them, and also to compromise the white movement. So I guess it's true, but I have no evidence to prove it. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. My first question is to Dina. I wanted to think with you about the transitional justice model that you suggest, and you showed some similarities, but I think it would be fruitful to actually stress the differences. And it's true that there is a duality between law and history, but what we see in transitional justice, truth commissions and so forth, is that first of all, they are under a neoliberal understanding of both law and history. So first of all, the law is not to bring them to criminal trials. They don't end with trials. It's only human rights violations that they admit to. So but it's individualistic. It's not collective. And the other part of it is that there is no history there. The historians are not part of it. It is political or didactic history that will enable the transition. For example, in South Africa, they discuss violations on both sides and put aside the apartheid as a structural. And I don't know what we see in the extraordinary commission there, but what I think is that even when you think about the legal liability, they move from an individual to a collective because it's a different understanding of the root causes of the problem. There is a regime there. You can't pinpoint it to individual criminality and the other side, I don't know how much is it. I wanted to ask you how much history do we find find there, and how much didactic history, or rather politics, we find in this narrative that they produce. So I think it's really interesting, because a lot of what transitional justice is doing is to differentiate itself from the kind of communist or whatever show trial, but also this kind of inquiry. But it's interesting to see the similarities and distinctions. And to Vera, I wanted to continue with this line of you were asked about connections, but I want to ask more, is there influence? Because what I see in the Jewish, what you present as a new type of archive of the present, and archive for civil society, is very much what we see in the Jewish archival activism of the time, at the same period. So it's interesting not only to know connections, but influences, because usually these histories are discussed completely separately, as if it's a Jewish idea. But I believe there is much more connections.
Thank you. Dina?
Thank you. It was really interesting how you all work together, and I have a question to all three of you. Yeah. So you all, each three of you, I mean, not coincidentally, have people who are going through truly extraordinary times and building and creating archives of these extraordinary times. So I'm wondering, at what point the extraordinary times become the mundane reality of living, and how does that influence the archive and the practice of archiving?
Okay.
Okay, I have two questions, one for Professor Landres and one for Dr. Kaplan. Professor Landres, I was wondering about the project, the use of the methodology of interviewing of oral history, because you said in the beginning of your presentation that the main goal was that it will become an archive for future historians. So the main goal was from the beginning, it will be materials for historians. But oral history is quite, it's more popular later in the 20th century. So I was wondering why they decided to use interviews, and if you found in the working papers of the project the reasons or the idea behind it, and not just, for example, asking the people they interviewed to give working papers of their own. And for Dr. Kaplan, if you can elaborate a bit more about the transfer of the archive in 45 to the Soviet Union, and where it ended up, and who controlled it.
Okay, we'll have another round of questions, but I think it's time for some answers, please.
I only have one question, so it's easy to answer. I don't know the goal besides of what they said themselves. One possibility, and it's speculative, is that the head of the project, so to say, wanted to write a history. He was a historian. He, not long before that, finished probably the most interesting, best monograph on the reign of Nicholas I. And there were inescapable parallels between the decline of Russia under Nicholas, sliding into the Crimean War, and the decline of the reign of Nicholas II. So in a sense, he became political historian by virtue of engaging with his subject. He was a diplomatic historian from the beginning, like most of them. And so, judging by a draft chronology, if you will, or an attempt to write a history, what happened really without any interpretation at first based on the interviews of the February days, I suspect that was in the back of his mind. But he was also, he and other historians of his were also very aware of the significance of archives, of the importance of archives. And they always kept in mind that you have to produce an archive which would be left behind. And in many cases, they didn't have good access, free access to archives. They couldn't write a history of Alexander III, for example, or even Alexander II. They had to stop at Nicholas, mid-19th century, not late 19th century. It was too sensitive politically, at least for the generation of those who were born in the 1870s. So that I think is there. I don't think they had bigger goals, or at least I have to say I'm not very sophisticated theoretically, but my work is not for sure. I don't see them thinking in those. I've never seen evidence that I could interpret as theoretically sophisticated thinking in terms of cultural connections. For them, cultural collections were part of their daily life. They saw those things without identifying those or labeling them in any fancy words. It was that's the life in which they lived, the world in which they lived. It was given to preserve an archive, to collect one's own archive, to think about it as something that could be deposited in the future, and so on. That's what I think.
To follow this, is there, like when they were asking people, were there any like specific questions that they posed, or just tell me the story?
No, general questions within the chronology of the February days. So from the 25th, 23rd, 24th of February, with the start of the uprising, popular uprising, and the applications. So 8 days roughly, what happened, where were you, and so on. And there were some who were more talkative than others, like Kerensky. He would talk about, the first days in the justice ministry and so on and so forth. So it would be conversation more than anything. The interviewees were younger people for the most part. I don't know how much they knew, even though they were good history students. Polyev was there. I didn't see any references where he pointedly asked a question. But it was a body of records which was created with a very clear goal to keep it in the archives for future historians to do something with them. This is an opportunity. It's an absolutely unique opportunity because you can never interview people at that level of involvement. Never before, in fact, who would be given free testimonies, unrestricted. There was nothing, as Kerensky said, for history, but there were others who never said anything, who never wrote a page of memoirs in the future. There were only 4 people out of 13, out of 16 actually, who wrote memoirs later on. And the comparison is striking. So that was an opportunity. I'm not saying everything they said was very accurate, but it was quite revealing, for sure.
Okay. Okay, I think I'll start with Lior's question. Thank you very much for I'm really looking, kind of debating what to do with this concept of, and I was looking for a certain framework because of this kind of gap between what was declared and what happened eventually. This question of whether these were separate files or collective, the entire archive and the way they organized their work was targeted at specific officials. Almost all the files are corresponding to someone specific, examining the person's actions at certain points in time during the revolution or earlier. It starts somewhere around 1905, 1903. So they did try to connect certain things to the actions, but they were struggling with finding the right legal framework for indicting these people because they were doing what the Tsar said, and they followed the orders. So on the one hand, the investigators were kind of following the strict questioning, what did you do, etc., or based on documents. On the other hand, the members of the commission who were supposed to decide what to do with them had this problem. So it was my kind of interpretation of why didn't they follow each of these people, because they saw it like a wider goal. But
What was the wider goal?
so they don't, to indict the regime, to justify themselves in why they
Why
were
wouldn't they
involved.
put the head of the regime on trial? That's the question I've been asking and we've talked about.
Yeah, I know.
How can you put the regime on trial
think-
where you leave Nicholas aside? He's the symbol of the regime. He's the main target. How come he is not? He was not part of the commission. If you answer that question, you know the
Yeah.
goal of the commission.
I actually think that you could answer
I'm
this in a
serious.
different way, even if I haven't seen any. Maybe it was something like I haven't I looked for it, but not so far. But even if there is none, I still think they can indict the regime, but they have certain relationship to the czar, or certain kind of they respect his position, which actually leads. And then the question of was it like real history or something else? So they were speaking about history, but then when they wrote the eventual report, the final report, it had two parts. Like one part was the more specific legal, but not really indictments, but actually kind of trying to connect this with people, and then another part which was more general. So it's really a combination between the two, and they actually had also a separate file with legal, like judicial opinions about all the judicial questions and problems with the indictments. So I'm still thinking about it, but I'll try after following your question. I'll try to dig more into the practices of transitional justice to see. It does bring me to the question. I'll comment on your question, Sylvia. I'll tie it to the problems that the commission had, and maybe this ties also with the question of the czar, because there is a certain tension between their attempt to indict the regime, and on the other hand, they are seen by the people as the elite. For the people, there is no difference between these people of the commission or the provisional government and the czarist regime. Both are elites, both are educated, both are working now in the Winter Palace, right? And so part of the problem is this, that they are looking for a certain framework and the people are not accepting it. So this, and you can see this gap in other ways. And extraordinary times, it's a good question. I do see in the discussions of the commission, they're going up, kind of collecting. So they are kind of collecting material till sometime in June, July, and this is the time when they start kind of debating of what to do with everything they collected. Are they going to try people, yes or no? And sometime around August, they start releasing people. And I think this is the time when they are feeling, and also the regime, the provisional government is much less stable. So they do follow the government in a way, but they are dissolved a bit. They kind of finished their work in October, but the commission still exists through the October Revolution, and they start like packing and organizing all the work of like all the files. Someone is sent to Moscow in order to organize a specific place for the archive.
Okay, thank you. Vera?
No, extraordinary time. It was questions about extraordinary time, and then it stopped to be extraordinary. Yeah, no, I think okay. I tried.
Never
no?
stop to be extraordinary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for your questions. I don't see any influence of the Jewish organizations, because this archive positioned this archive positions itself in the kind of imperial level. And they looked a lot about what is going on in the Soviet Russia. And they tried to launch just a similar projects. For example, it was a practice for collecting all the books in the books, I don't know, Knizhная Palata, in the book chamber. So they decided they will collect all the books which are published in, not in Russia, but in Russia abroad, in order to transfer them to the Russian libraries after they would return to Russia. And they called this, actually it was a Lenin library, but they still called it Rumyantsev Library, and it was a public library now in Leningrad, and they called it Imperial Library in St. Petersburg. So they just try to keep this position, and when collecting materials, they just ignored the existing of Baltic state and other independent states. They defined it as necessity to collect all the materials from the territories which were the part of the Russian state. For them, even though Gurevich was an ethnic Jew, for him it was absolutely not important. And they try to imagine their role in the future democratic, but still very imperialistic Russia. And regarding the extraordinary times, for example, for Russia, for this particular archive, they stopped approximately in 1927, when it became clear that Zemgor is unable just to subsidize them, and they need the state protection. It was protection of the Czech government. It still remained autonomous archive, but it was supported by the Czech government. It was a kind of stability, and it was clear that Bolshevik regime is not going to fall just now. It's stabilization in the Soviet Russia, so they need another framework. Regarding the transfer of this archive in 1945, in my project it's too far future. I know very little about it. But what I can say, then the collections of the archive was transferred to the Soviet Union. All the everyday procedure of the archive, all the boring financial documents, all the paperwork remained in Prague. And actually I started to work with documents in Prague, in Slavonic Library. And it is fantastic material, a lot of material. And it's interesting that it was just divided in this way. And what I know is what this collection, when it came to Russia, the absolute majority was put in the Central Archive, which used to be the archive of the October Revolution and Socialist Building, and now it's a State Archive of the Russian Federation. But particular collections would just move to another places. For example, a collection about some unitary units, as Kozaki, just was placed in Rostov, which is the center of Kazakh community. So it's very hard just to follow the trajectory of these materials in Russia.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll take advantage of my position as chair and ask my own questions too. I have quite a few, but I'll restrict myself. First of all, just a general point. We live in times where history doesn't matter anymore. We don't have a sense of historical drive, purpose, or meaning. Basically, the defining characters of the Western civilization. They're gone. We live in a continuous present. But it's very striking that in the beginning of the 20th century, especially in Russia, the situation was quite the reverse. It's not accidental. I'm sure you'll agree with me that so many politicians, revolutionaries, especially members of the Cadet Party, are historians. It's not by an accident that we call an historian. And as my mentor, Leopold Heimson, was always emphasizing, the Cadet Party is arguably not a liberal party because its legitimacy comes not from elections and popular mandate, but from history. And if that point is well accepted, or at least entertained for a moment, then we can reframe some of the questions, because then the trial, in your paper too, the trial by court or by history are not quite, could be almost the same thing. People are still put on trial, historical parties are put on trial, historical processes, and so on. It is a trial, but it is a trial of history, so the story, and not this restricted liberal sense of trial. Now, questions. This question has actually been already put to you, Simeon, but it's kind of interesting that we do discuss oral history, a branch of historical knowledge that shapes up in the 1960s and onwards, but we do have, I knew about this part, I had no idea about your material, but it's kind of interesting that we have those oral history projects. I wonder if they can be seen as antecedents of the later historiography. It's something to ponder. Well, I have more questions that I'll ask you privately. Dina, to you I want to ask about whether you considered continuities between this commission that you talked about and the notion Bolsheviks entertained of putting the Tsar to trial in the beginning, in 1918, for the time that he was still alive. But later on we have the trial of the SR party, and we can go even further in time, but the SR party definitely is possibly something that can be compared to your material. And then there is a question of, again, the historical sense, or the historical self-understanding of the provisional government and the Bolshevik government, and perhaps a continuity, not just discontinuity, something more kind of extended in time. This idea that you trial historical figures. Vera, a short question: would it be fair to say that the archive study excluded extreme left, especially the SARS and the monarchists, or is it wrong? Did it contain all the entire gamut of the Russian immigration?
My question is very short, so I can answer shortly. The founders of this archive, and basically those who found their place in Prague, were socialists. So there are a lot of SR and Menshevik materials. They were not ready to accept monarchists materials, and there were some approaches. Actually, it was decisions made because it was supposed to be progressive, democratic, liberal, socialist archive. But they collected all the newspapers, which made it more open.
Actually, it's reflected the vision of future Russia, I think. Monarchies don't belong there. It's one of that's why most of it is at the Hoover Archives or in various other places. Thank you for your question, Igal. I have to think about it. I'm not surprised because we are dealing with professional, first-rate historians. Presnikov is well known, Polyeftov is less known. Should I think about it as an antecedent of oral history?
But historians normally don't generate their sources. That's a new move.
But that was not their testimonies. They collected testimonies from others. They looked out the window and saw what's going on, and they thought, if we don't do it, I mean, I didn't have time, but Poilievtov wrote to Milyukov on 3rd or 4th of March. Milyukov is the great historian, leader of the Cadet Liberal Party, and Minister of Foreign Affairs now already. But he couldn't answer right away. You can imagine he had other things to do. So they decided to organize their whole grassroots efforts. So they turned to members, family members, untenured faculty from Petrograd University and so on, and they put together something quickly. I have to think about it. Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, thank you. This historical consciousness is there. So, although the people in my commission were jurists, not historians, but still it was there in the provisional government, etc. So I accept your comment, and this is why I think that it was more important for them, as you said, to try the regime than to try the people that comprise it. Whether there is continuity, it's a good question, as the question with the Tsar. I'll have to. With the trials of the SR, again, I think there is a difference between the way the Bolsheviks looked at it and the commission looked at it. Because for the Bolsheviks, from what I see, and it's also in the SRs, what was important to them eventually was they were looking to kind of put these SRs out of the way. It was important for them to punish them. Okay, they let them go abroad. Okay, but they were concerned about the outcome of the trial. It was crucial, and the people here were not. They dealt with the process and not with the outcome of what happened to the people. So, but I will still look at the continuities.
And there were attempts to put thoughts of Putin and Nicholas on trial by the Bolsheviks. Trotsky proposed. There's a detailed letter where he says what we should do. They just ran out of time.
Yeah,
so they ran out of time. They had to kill.
Just a quick question to Dina. Do you know how much do you know about this commission outside the published protocols of the interrogation? We have an archive, or
I'm working with the files, of the commission.
which are beyond just the question. You have some.
With the meeting minutes of these commissions, the jurists that advise them, the discussions inside, the list of the people they hired, who they're going to find.
I see. Okay. I wasn't clear about that. Okay, we have very, very restricted time. People who didn't ask questions, please. Anybody? Okay, then we'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you. And we can continue privately in the corridors. Thank you.
Just one word regarding tomorrow. Tomorrow we start our work from the tour through the archive of the Weiner Library for the study of Nazis era and Holocaust. It starts at 10 o'clock in another building, so with your permission, I'm going to meet those who stay in the Brushem at 10:30. It will the weather will be much better than today, so we can just walk at about 10-15 minutes. 10:30 on Brushem tomorrow, yes. And now Mayan will tell us what to do just now.
Yeah, you sure it's 10:30? It says 9:30.
Sorry, and 9:30, it was my mistake. 9:30 tomorrow. It's only for participants who stay here. Mayan, could you tell us what to do?
I want to comment. This is very important. You totally abstracted from the nature of the opposition. Since nowhere an opposition more over, all started.
We still have 20 minutes to get down.
This was a trial, subversion.
20 minutes to get down. אני מדברת
So please, we meet at 9:30. Mayan, which entrance?
No, at this building.
This building, but where? In the first floor, the second floor? Second floor. Mayan just show where to go. Just exit in the direction of synagogue, which you said. Just, I don't know how to explain it. Let's go together.
And also